Good evening, football fans, and welcome to the Palace on the Plains, Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium. Tonight, the West Texas A&M Buffaloes and the UT Permian Basin Falcons will square off in what is a critical Lone Star Conference matchup. I'm Lucas Kinsey. Joining me, my broadcast partner, Bryce Sheets. Kent Johnson will be on the sidelines. We're excited to have you with us this evening for West Texas A&M's homecoming. I forgot the corsage, by the way, Bryce.
I know, me too.
So,
but oh well.
Well, we have had a fun-filled day
Yes.
here on campus. Multiple sporting events.
Yes.
They had the on-campus parade earlier. I know a lot of the families came out for that, and some great tailgating as usual
Yes.
here outside of the stadium. All that is missing is a football game, right, between two conference rivals who don't really like each other.
This is true.
And they've got a lot on the line tonight as they're trying to stay at the top of the Lone Star Conference standings.
Right. No, absolutely. That's going to be a big key tonight. And so who can get off to the big start?
Yeah. So after starting the season 2-0, WT, they've dropped back-to-back Lone Star Conference games against Kingsville and against Angelo State. The Buffs, they've struggled at times to score points in the two losses. They also have had some key injuries in those games. But, Bryce, WT's been competitive in both those games. They're games that Coach Hughes feels like the Buffs had a chance to win. The result, though, has been an 0-2 start in LSC play. How do they get things turned around tonight?
Well, that's a great question. I think one of the things when you look at the two losses they've had in the last 2 weeks is they've been competitive through the first half. It's been very tight.
Yeah.
It's the adjustments that are made at the halftime, and that's the thing. You've got to come out ready to play. I think Coach Hughes will tell you that the energy may be missing a little bit, and he needs to get that energy to come out tonight. The other thing, too, the Buffaloes need to do is they've got to start early in this one and establish the run game. That's what they've kind of struggled with early.
Yeah.
If they can get the run game going, that's going to make a big difference.
They should have a great crowd on hand ready to cheer on for the Buffaloes. Now, UT Permian Basin on the other side, same record, 2-2 overall. The Falcons are 1-1 in conference play after they got a much-needed 27-24 victory over Western Oregon last weekend. Now, the Falcons have also played a couple of opponents that WT has played. Western Colorado, that was a win for UTPB. And then they played Angelo State. In that game, it was interesting. Angelo State jumped out on top of UTPB. They led big in that game. The Falcons came back, cut it to a 3-point game late in the third quarter, but then Angelo State was able to pull away from that game and win in the fourth quarter. It was 34-21. We learned last season a lot about this UTPB Falcons team. It's homecoming, obviously.
Yes,
we mentioned that for the Buffaloes.
Yes.
And the Falcons know that, right?
Yes, they do. They absolutely know that. And so nothing would give them more pleasure to come out and spoil it, obviously, for the WT faithful here tonight. And I think the thing that Coach Kerrigan is going to have to see what his team can do as far as energy is concerned. Can they bring the same energy they brought last year when they played WT? The other side of that is this is I don't want to say it's a bigger game, but they come with a lot more emotion because to them it's a huge rivalry.
Sure, and they're trying to make a statement in terms of being a newer team into the Lone Star Conference over the last several seasons. And Coach Kerrigan, he's not going to back down from any challenge. So we're looking forward to that matchup. And both teams, you mentioned the running game for WT. UTPB really struggling to find a run game.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, they primarily live through the air, and so the secondary is going to have to be key for West Texas tonight. They're going to have to be able to break up some pass attempts to stay on who they've got assigned to them, and then really force UTPB to try to establish a run tonight.
All right, when we come back, we'll go beyond the athlete with Kari Belmars. It's the Buffs and the Falcons on homecoming night here in Canyon, Texas. You're watching college football on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
We know that egg producers don't quit at 5 p.m. We don't quit until the job's done either. Bankers' hours don't apply at First United Bank because we believe egg lending isn't a 9-to-5 job. While you're out working the fields or managing the herd, we're making sure your money is working too. Whether it's for livestock, land, or equipment, we're one of the most dominant egg lenders in the state, and have been burning the midnight oil since 1907. First United Bank. We know ag lending. We know ag.
Deep in the heart of Texas, the prairie is wide and
Bud Light, proudly brewed
in the heart of Texas.
Hi, I'm Kari Belmares, and welcome back to another episode of Beyond the Athlete. Today we are sitting down with Aneta Ranma and Lexi Ma, who both run cross country and track and field for West Texas A&M University. Thank you so much for being here today, girls.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, no problem. So how are you?
Good. Season's great so far.
Good. How about
I
you?
feel the same.
Great. Okay. So with both of you being freshmen, this is a new and exciting time in your life. How's the college life treating you so far?
I was very nervous before coming to college, but I like the student athlete life. I like being busy. I like meeting new people. It's great.
Good. What about
For
you?
me, the life is as in American movie.
Like a movie.
It's hard, but it's fun at the same time. So it feels
Good.
like home.
Good. I'm glad that it feels like home. So now, Aneta, you're from Estonia,
Yeah.
far from home. Would you say that you absolutely made the right decision to come to WT?
100%. I am really happy about my decision. I love my coach. I feel the connection, and teammates are like long lost best friends for me. Our team, like at A, is so like good for me. I feel really good there, and also I don't know, the place itself feels like home. So for me, it's
Good.
good.
Good. I'm glad. So with you being from Estonia, tell me, what was your recruiting process looking like?
It started 1.5 years ago.
Okay.
So much paperwork, searching in the internet, doing everything on my own. But at first, I contacted different coaches. Then I did SAT and TOEFL tests. After that, choose one university, and then visa application. I bought flight tickets, and after that came here. 24 hours, 3 different flights, and yeah, that's all.
That's all?
Yeah.
Seems like a ride. Now, Lexi, you're from Tampa, which is definitely closer to Canyon than Estonia. But tell me, what was your running/recruiting journey looking like, and how did it lead into running for WT?
Of all the places I visited, I felt the most at home at WT. And I actually canceled some visits after coming to WT because I just loved it so much. I loved the coach, I loved the environment, the teammates, and it's definitely been the best option for me.
Good, I'm glad. So, being a student athlete, it's not always as glamorous as people make it seem to be. I mean, early morning practices, late afternoon practices, you're juggling school, you're juggling a social life, and I'm sure that most people would look at your schedule and think, why do they willingly do this? Tell me, why do you do it?
I feel like God placed running in my life for a reason. I mean, I think it's to get me to where I'm supposed to be in my life and to help me meet new people along the way, to teach me the lessons that I need to get me to where I'm supposed to be. And I like to challenge myself and see how far I can take myself. It's also very therapeutic.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's also, it keeps me calm, normal person, and I just want to pursue my dream, see what I'm capable of, and not regret it, like in 10 years be like, oh, maybe I should have gone there. I want to see what I'm capable of and what will life bring for me.
Well, girls, thank you so much for being on today. Really appreciate it. And stay tuned for the next episode of Beyond the Athlete.
We are Carpet Tech, and we are family. More than carpet cleaners, we're a team. Diving right in, not afraid to invest in our work and each other. We're killing it day in and day out, never shrinking from a challenge. Our people are 1 part passion, 1 part grit, and about a zillion parts awesome. And we are always looking to add to our family. So what are you waiting for?
It's got the looks, the style, the performance. Your new car is everything you always dreamed of, and now it's here. First Financial Bank was happy to help put you behind the wheel with a new car loan at a competitive rate and fast, friendly, local approval. It's service that just comes naturally to us, much like a love of tradition comes naturally to you. First Financial Bank, you first. Member FDIC.
Come back to Bain Schaefer Stadium as the Buffaloes have homecoming tonight against UTPB. Let's head down to the sideline. Kent Johnson standing by. Kent?
Well, to set up tonight's game, Bryce, you've got to go back to last year. That's when the Falcons put a 42-31 hurt, literally, on the Buffaloes in Odessa, Texas. It was the Falcons' first win in program history over WT. They beat the Buffs up, literally. Believe me, the Falcons know that, and the Buffs remember that. The Falcons are led by seventh-year head coach Justin Kerrigan. Kerrigan's a longtime LSC coach. He was a two-time All-Lone Star Conference safety at Angelo State, served time on Billy Maskell's squad at Midwestern State, served time at Tarleton State, and is now, as I said, in his seventh season at UT Permian Basin. His record, 22 wins and 41 losses. Take into account this was a startup program when Kerrigan took over. Falcons are currently 2-2 this season with wins over the Westerns, Western Oregon and Western Colorado. Their losses have come against Southwest Baptist and at nationally ranked Angelo State. Offensively, the Falcons have struggled this year. They're averaging below 300 yards a game total offense. They rely heavily on the passing game, throwing for just over 200 yards a contest. Their running game has amassed just 39 yards a game. The quarterback is Walnut Creek, California native Dylan Graham. A sophomore, he's completed 55% of his passes, 67 of 121, 6 touchdowns, but he's thrown 3 interceptions. The Falcons have 3 receivers who have double-figure receptions. MJ Link is the main man, 17 receptions, 243 yards, 4 touchdowns. Gunnar Absist and Corey Harris have also double-digit catch totals. Harris gets his yards out of the backfield. He's the Falcons' leading rusher, averaging 37 yards a contest. Defensively, the Falcons get to the ball quick. They have 42 tackles for loss. Defensive backs DeAndre Robinson and Darian Forge have combined for 42 tackles. Linebacker Hayden Kelly is the current LSC Defensive Player of the Week. Last week at Western Oregon, 10 tackles, including a pick 6, which sealed the win for the Falcons. Down lineman Victor Adesayu likes to wreak havoc. He leads the squad. 8 of his 14 tackles have come in the backfield for minus 35 yards in losses. He also has 2 sacks and 1 fumble recovery. On special teams, Robert Carlson handles the placements. He's 3 of 5 on field goals. 41 yards is his long. The punter, Sergio Landeras. 5 of his boots have been 55 yards or more. He's averaging over 40 yards per punt. Weather-wise, it's a beautiful homecoming Saturday here in Canyon, Texas, Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium. Game time temps, 80 degrees. Wind out of the east, it's moderate. Shouldn't play a big difference in this ball game. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, Lucas and Bryce will break down more of tonight's game between the Buffs and the Falcons. You're watching Buffalo football on the LSC Digital Network.
WT student athletes drink low-fat chocolate milk post-workout because it helps replenish and restore muscles quickly to their peak potential. Scientific studies suggest that the immediate benefits of low-fat chocolate milk include boosted performance, improved training, and higher recovery rates in athletes. Add low-fat chocolate milk to your post-workout routine.
Go Buffs!
headquarters and get helped, get fitted, and get your questions answered, and find out about our price matching online.
Great job there by the West Texas A&M band, and it's time for homecoming, Bryce, and we're excited for this one. Let's look now at the keys to the game here for West Texas A&M as we look at the Buffaloes and the Falcons. And the first thing we look down is, I've got it titled Buffaloes Start Your Engines, but we're not talking NASCAR like Kent Johnson likes, right?
No, absolutely not. Really, the Buffaloes have got to get their offense in gear early. They have struggled to score in the last two ball games in the first quarter and the first half. And so, in other words, you've got to get your offense in sync. That means you're depending on Nick Gerber to really get things going, keep everybody off balance, and get it going early in order to get some points on the scoreboard.
Well, and something to look at. You talked about WT wanting to get their ground game going. That's exactly the weakness of this UTPB rushing defense.
It is.
They're giving up nearly 150 yards on the ground, and so we need guys like Jared Compton and Isaiah Smallwood to get going. Also throwing a little bit of Shaq, right?
Yeah. No, I think throw in Shaq a little bit, and even Brian comes in a little bit to play in that. Yes, you've got to get the ground game going. You've got to be able to run, because that opens up your passing game.
And of course, when we say Shaq, we're talking about Shaquille Brown, who's been coming in on short yardage situations, goal line situations, scoring touchdowns, also a great threat catching the ball from the tight end spot. All right, number two, we talk about defense, keys to the game. WT, they must prevent the big plays that haunted WT, that still haunt WT from last year's loss in Odessa.
Well, and the big thing there, too, is you've got to limit those long throwing strikes. That's the thing. And that's really what makes UTPB's offense go. Their run game is not there, so it's their throwing game.
They got some
the
quick
passing
receivers.
Contest. They do. They have really fast guys. So do you set up a little further deeper? Do you send your safeties back a little deeper? Whatever it may be, you've got to be able to stop that passing game.
And one of those receivers we're going to keep an eye on is MJ Link.
Yes.
Last year had a couple of long touchdown catches against the Buffaloes. He torched Angelo State this year earlier in the season. He had a 70 and a 73-yard touchdown catch. So he's the real deal at receiver.
Yeah, he's a big threat. And so what do you have to do to stop him? Obviously play a little further off of him and don't let him get behind you.
Yeah. All right, third key. And, I love throwing in some music. And you taught me right on those old road trips about the 70s, the classic music,
Absolutely.
70s and 80s.
It's the best.
So we're going to go Aerosmith here. Sweet Emotion.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is emotions play such a huge role, obviously, in the game of football.
Yes.
Last year, the emotions were not sweet.
No.
They got out of hand for the Buffaloes, and they got caught up in some extracurricular stuff. Coach Hughes knows that can't happen tonight. They need that emotion to be used in a positive way here in front of this homecoming crowd.
And they really do. And they've done a couple of times this year early here at Bain Schaefer Stadium. Once in a while, somebody has lost their cool a little bit, one way or another. So keep that in check. Don't let them get in under your skin. And that's the big thing I think they're concerned about, is UTPB did a good job last year getting under the skin of the Buffaloes. And so just maintain your cool.
Yeah.
Just go out and play.
Looking forward to this one here tonight as the team's getting set to make their way out on the field. And let's turn our attention now to our X-Bar Steakhouse X Factor of the game. And that is, as we look now, let's take a shot and look at the Buffaloes as they make their way down the tunnel. And we'll talk about our X-Bar Steakhouse X Factor of the game. And Bryce, it's one of those safeties that really, since he came in as a freshman, We liked the name, and we like the way this guy plays. A reckless abandon back there. Preston Stajewski is your X-Bar Steakhouse X factor of the game tonight from that safety spot.
And what's been fun with Preston is the fact that he has played kind of with, I don't want to say reckless abandonment because he hasn't, but he's just been where he needs to be this year. He's causing some havoc. That's key. And so that's a big thing so far this year, and Preston has done a nice job with that. He seems to get the defensive secondary fired up, and so that's key.
Preston on the season, the sophomore out of Missouri City, Texas. 3 interceptions for the Buffaloes, 24 tackles, a couple of pass breakups, and you love when he makes a big play and the crowd says, "Stew."
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that we're looking forward to seeing Preston do his thing tonight for the Buffaloes. Defensively, WT is facing a team, Bryce, as we talk a little bit more about this matchup, a team that has had slow starts. If you're talking about slow starts, and we talked about WT needing to get going, Justin Kerrigan's team this year in first quarters has been outscored 31-3 in first quarters.
So it takes them a while to get their engine going as well. That's where the Buffaloes have to take advantage of every opportunity they're given. And that's why you need your offense to get in gear, get started early, get off to a good start, because history shows the UTPB has had slow starts, and so the best way to take advantage of that is come out and just go after them quickly.
Head coach Justin Kerrigan for UTPB. We heard Kent talk about him, and overall 1-3 record against West Texas A&M, but his teams play a lot like, we've gone to the media days and we've seen him speak. Yeah, he's a confident guy.
Yes.
He exudes that confidence, and his team kind of picks up on that. They have had some big wins, even though they haven't made the playoffs in his time there. They've had some big wins in conference play.
Well, that program has grown exponentially because just of his, as you talk about, his character, the emotion, the attitude he brings to the sideline. And by that, and it's all positive from the standpoint, he wants them to be confident when they're playing.
Right.
And so when you build up a brand new program, which he has done, you've got it. Now you've got these guys that have been, in the system for obviously a while. You want to capitalize on what the seniors can bring to the table.
Now on the other side for West Texas A&M, Hunter Hughes walking right down there with his team, 6th season at WT, 29 wins, 25 losses, and for Coach Hughes, coming over 6 years ago as he was the defensive coordinator at Colorado State Pueblo. His teams, just like we said, Coach Kerrigan's teams play similar to what his attitude is.
Sure.
Coach Hughes, right, defensive coach, hit you in the mouth, show up and play hard-nosed football.
He loves for the defense to fly around, and that's a big thing. And so he wants them to set a tone early in this one. And so that is what the key will be. Really, again, it's a carryover from last year. Can you set the tone? Can you establish it earlier and kind of get in their skin a little bit and cause some problems?
And Bryce, as we look offensively first here for West Texas A&M, and we watched a little bit of that road broadcast last week when they lost to Angelo State. What are you looking at? I mean, Gerber has struggled a little bit over the last 2 games, but it seems like they're starting to get some of these receivers a little more in sync with him. I mentioned Shaquille Brown. I'd like to see the Buffs go to him a little bit more in the passing game.
Yeah, well, you really would like to see the tight ends because Coach Hughes has talked so much about them this year. You'd like to see them utilize them more. They have in their early going, but just not to the extent that you would think they would need. And with a team like this tonight, you'd like to see those tight ends come into play because that gives the defense something else to think about. And so that's something that they need to they concentrate on, and so they've got to be able to play and be ready to go.
Thunder 14 leading the Buffaloes onto the field, and it looks like Thunder 14 is starting to
he's getting excited
to get into a
ready
rhythm as well.
Hey, we want to mention, too, some big thanks to some sponsors for tonight. First United Bank, Northwest Texas Healthcare System, and Walk-On's Sports Bistro. And I would be remiss if I haven't mentioned this year, which I haven't, and I apologize for that. It's my privilege to work with the Lone Star Conference Broadcaster of the Year in Lucas Kinsey. That we haven't made a big deal about that, and that is such a big, huge honor, and so very fortunate for me to get to work with you, and so well deserving of that recognition.
Very, very nice of you to say that, Bryce, and saved it for homecoming. I appreciate that. So,
all right, we'll take a timeout. We'll do so, and we'll come back as we get set for this one tonight. We're back on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success.
Choosing the right countertops for your kitchen can be tricky. Nowadays, there are hundreds of colors, patterns, and textures and materials that range from natural to engineered stone. Marble Depot is here for you throughout every step of the process. And yes, we do have a lot of options that might make that decision a little harder, but we're also going to ask the right questions so that you get the most out of your investment. So come by our showroom and let us help create what you've been dreaming of.
And welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. There you see some of the homecoming crowd on hand for tonight, and expecting a good crowd for this one this evening. And people have been fired up talking about, of course, this particular matchup as well. So indeed, strap in. This should be a good one.
We're excited for this one. I want to mention our officials for tonight as they get ready for this coin toss. Your head referee will be Randy Adams, umpire Scott Henderson. Head linesman tonight, Cody Cox. The field judge is Ryan Bating. Line judge Jack Squires, your side judge Jeffrey Nart, back judge Colby Walker, center judge will be Brian Hall. Buffaloes will be bringing out captains tonight. We'll see number 8, Noah Bogardus. Number 4 will be Michael Smith. Number 45, yes, Bryce, JT Cavender. He's back.
That's good to see.
Last time we were at home, JT was out with an injury. Preseason Lone Star Conference Defensive Player of the Year at that linebacker spot. So good to see him back. And then also Gage Urias, good to see the kicker out there as a captain. Gage has been very accurate this year, kicking the ball.
And that's what, you talk about removing I don't want to say an issue, but something the coach can sleep a little better.
We used to just go for 2, Bryce.
We used to, because you just weren't confident in the kicking game. And so Gage is really giving Hunter Hughes something to relax about.
Captains for UT Permian Basin on the other side. You see number 5, MJ Link, the talented wide receiver that we talked about. Number 3, Dylan Graham, the quarterback. And number 42, and that is Hayden Kelly, this week's Lone Star Conference Defensive Player of the Week. Let's go down and listen in and check out the coin toss.
Lone Star is heads, that side is tails. Conference logo is heads, this side is tails. David's going to flip the coin. What would you like? Heads. He called heads. And it is tails. WT, you won the toss. And you want to defer your choice in the second half. You want the ball? Which way would you like to kick? Okay, if you will face the scoreboard, PB, if you will come with me. UTPB will receive to start the game. Let's have a good game, man.
All right, so there you got the coin toss for tonight. WT won. They've deferred to the second half. And so they'll send the defense out there to get things going in tonight's contest.
So offensively, Bryce, these are the stats for UTPB. 24 points a game. On the total yardage, 247. Only 39 yards average per game on the ground and only 2 rushing touchdowns. They're averaging just 1.3 yards every time they run the ball. So Coach Kerrigan knows they've got to get that fixed.
Right.
At the same time, if you're having success throwing it, they're going to stick with that air attack.
Well, they're confident in the air attack, and so again, that's how does WT counter that tonight? And so, do they change up defensive personnel? Do they go with a nickel package? What do they do to make it a little difficult for UTPB to make those pass completions?
The other stat that we kind of looked at was on third downs. The Falcons have struggled. They're just 12 of 56 on third down. That's only 21%, so they've got to be better. Now, they have 2 quarterbacks that have played this year. Dylan Graham, one of them, a sophomore. Last week, 34 of 52 passing, 258, a couple of touchdowns and an interception. But they've also played another sophomore from the state of California, Jordan Barton, against Angelo State. He was 10 of 19 for 246 yards, threw 2 touchdowns, but also threw 3 interceptions. So they're making a transition this season with new quarterbacks, and that takes a while to get everybody on.
Well, you're
on the
trying to
same
see
page.
how do you get comfortable, who gets comfortable, and who gets into a rhythm, and that makes a big determination. And so that's one of the things they'll be looking at as they get set for this matchup with the Buffaloes.
Glad to have everybody joining us for this broadcast on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10. Urias will kick off. MJ Link back to receive along with Gunnar Absek. And this kick will be fielded by Link at the 1-yard line. And the Buffaloes were ready for it. Stopped short of the 20-yard line. Great special teams play. Give the tackle to number 43, Leo Covington, who will be making a start tonight from that outside linebacker spot, Bryce, in place of Cole Oster.
Yeah, Cole Oster is out for this ball game, and so what we're going to watch now is to see how does WT come out and set up. Do they go with that 3-4, or do they switch it a little bit? And so that's what we're watching for.
Let's look at the defensive starting lineups for West Texas A&M.
And so they just made the switch. They went to a 4-3, brought out number 21 starting tonight, and that's Kobe King, the linebacker.
So the inside backers, Cavender and Chris Thomas. On first down, it's a pass to the outside. Catch made, and that's going to be for about a 5-6 yard gain on the outside. The receiver coming up with that one, Tim Wiggins. He's a junior from Santa Clarita, California. A lot of players out of the state of California made their way to Odessa.
Right, that's been some good recruiting for the coaching staff, in particular Justin Kerrigan. So he's been able to capitalize on that.
They gave him 4 yards. It's another pass on second down. MJ Link with the catch, and the Buffaloes hang on. He stopped about a yard short of that first down marker.
So one of the things the Buffs have done to change things up a little bit, they've gone to a 4-3 front instead of a 3-4, which they usually run. So they have switched to a 4-3. Now they've switched it back out, brought the linebacker King back out, and now they show a 3-4. But with that 4-3, they're trying to put extra pressure on the quarterback.
Starting running back for the Falcons, Corey Harris. Let's see if he gets a touch here on 3rd and short. They fake it to Harris. Receiver is open. They get it to MJ Link. Puts a move on the defender. Picks up a first down out to the 35-yard line. You can see why they want to get him the ball so much, Bryce.
He just has some good, those intangibles a little bit. Nice moves. He makes the defense think, which way is he going? And he's able to go the other way sometimes.
So first down for the Falcons. Opening drive of this game here from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium. And there's a nice running play up the middle. Gain of about 4 yards for Harris. He's a redshirt freshman out of Fort Worth, Texas. Last week, it was tough for him on the road against Western Oregon. 9 carries, 25 yards, but he did catch the ball 5 times out of the backfield.
Now the Buffs have switched back to that 4-man front.
See Dylan Mata out there in number 95. Movement up front on the right side. That was number 67 for UT Permian Basin.
And so that's Pessy Savea. And he's in place of Dawson Reynolds, who was supposed to start at the right guard today. They've kind of shuttled around some of their players on the right side of the line.
Falcons offensive line from left to right, Malik Davis, Xavier Orta, Heston Edwards is the center. And then, as you mentioned, Savea at right guard, and Ramon Diaz, a sophomore out of El Paso, at right tackle. Carry is to Harris, again up the middle, and J.T. Cavender along with Michael Smith hog-tie the runner for just a short gain.
So again, 3rd down expected, and so you anticipate 3rd and 9. This should be a passing play, and so do the Buffs bring out an extra defender to go out there and put pressure on either the receivers or the quarterback.
Homecoming game here tonight between West Texas A&M and UTPB, and we had all kinds of movement. This is going to be against the Buffaloes. Should be an offsides as they made contact coming across the line of scrimmage.
So the one thing about it, it's not an automatic first down.
Offside on the defense, number 91. 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
So they'll mark off the 5 yards. It'll still be a 3rd down play, still a passing down for UTPB. And so we'll see what changes they decide to make.
We'd like to thank Amarillo National Bank for their support of WT Athletics. Amarillo National Bank, locally owned, family strong, and here to stay. 3rd down and 4. Ball on the 41-yard line in Falcon territory. Quarterback in trouble. Chris Thomas puts heavy pressure on the quarterback, and he has to throw it away.
That's that veteran leadership, Chris Thomas. Kind of a delayed blitz. He's waited for a second, counted to 2, and then took off, came up the middle, was able to put pressure on the quarterback.
So the defense does its job, holds, forces 4th down and 4. Falcons punt the ball back to West Texas A&M, so that means it's time for Tyler Sweet to go back and return this punt. Punter for the Falcons, Sergio Landeros. Average of 41 yards per punt. And the Buffs block the punt. It's loose down at midfield, rolling around. You can pick it up, and the Buffaloes will. So they blocked the punt. Ty Dillon was able to shoot through.
Yeah, Ty Dillon is pumped up as he got a good look, came flying in, knocked that one away. And so the Buffs will have great field position.
Nice job by the Buff special teams. WT Athletics would like to thank AOMS for their continued support of our athletes. AOMS, the official oral surgeon of WT Athletics, is committed to helping your family keep happy, healthy smiles. You keep blocking punts like that, you're going to have a lot of smiles out here.
Big smiles right now, especially for your special teams coach.
First down play, Gerber completes it out to Bogardus, gets a block. Here goes Noah down the sideline with a big first down as he's ushered out near the 30-yard line. Good block by Shaquille Brown out there.
Yeah, again, they had a kind of a triple stack on the left side, as they do right now, and they were able to block and free up the corner for him to run.
WT with some tempo as the three receivers stack to the near side. Gerber's just going to keep it and run across the left side, picks up good yardage.
And that's just a great read. That's a read option for the quarterback. He saw that everybody had bailed out, especially from the middle of the field, and so instead of handing off to Jared Compton, he just takes off on the run.
And again, Buffs hurrying to the line of scrimmage. Jared Compton with some good moves. He's going to gain a first down to the 20-yard line. Good blocking by the Buffaloes. Their offensive line, Adam Alcorta, Zach Dietrich, the center, Zane Madison, Patrick Gray, the right guard, and Samuel Treadway at right tackle.
Buffs with tempo, like you said, they're trying to move this quickly, trying to keep UTPB off balance.
Three receivers out to the right. This is Compton. Good blocking. Jared Compton at the 10. Jared, one man to beat, runs him over. Touchdown, Buffaloes.
Well, coming up to make the stop defensively was Jaquez Tyler and Jared Compton, both wearing number 1.
And they had a penalty back at about the 17, 18-yard line.
And so that was a receiver block that time.
Well, it takes away a beautiful run by Compton.
They're going to call that on Carmbe, Jeremy Carmbe, who got called for the holding penalty.
Wow. Some power at the end of that run from Compton, but it will take points off the board. The Buffs move the football back, and big penalty there, so it's first down and 20. Ball back on the 30-yard line. First quarter, no score. Setting up the screen. Good catch by Smallwood. Picks up a block and then pushed out of bounds. So they pick up a good chunk of the yardage back there, nearly to that original line of scrimmage.
Hey, I want to remind you, Carpet World of Canyon is your local stop for carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and tile flooring. Proudly supporting WTAMU. Go see why Carpet World of Canyon is the only store for your floor.
No score out at Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium between West Texas A&M and UT Permian Basin. Lucas Kinsey, Bryce Sheets, Kent Johnson down on the sidelines. Glad to have you with us tonight. Smallwood takes the carry up the middle. Good running. Looks still turning those legs, and he's about 2 yards short of the first down marker.
Just credit that offensive line. Zane Madison, Patrick Gray, Zach Dietrich, those front three just were pushing the pile, and then the two tackles come around behind them. When Isaiah gets there, they push the whole pile as well.
Third down and a long 2 here. Gerber high snap, gets it though. Smallwood pinballs off of the first defender. He's across the 10 to the 9, first and goal.
Nice sustained drive for the Buffaloes here. Following the block punt, they have been able to really move the football with a good mix of the run and pass.
Hunter Kaufman in the game at receiver. He's going to set to the slot on the far side. Buffs with a chance to strike first here. Smallwood that time met in the hole, and hanging on for dear life is the talented linebacker, number 42, Hayden Kelly.
You know, you heard Ken Johnson, the pregame, talking about some of the extra push they got, especially from their strong safety, DeAndre Robinson. My understanding is that he wasn't going to get to play too much today, and so right now he's not in on this series for UTPB.
Second down and goal from the 8. fake it to Smallwood, wide open receiver, and Carnbay was running inside. The ball was thrown high and to the outside, incomplete. Receiver and tight end not on the same page.
No, and Nick Gerber points to him and says, you were supposed to go to the outside, and that's why he was throwing it there. And so he's still kind of instructing where he wants Carnbay to go because he wanted them to go to the outside.
So it's a big 3rd down and goal here. The Buffs trying to score a touchdown. Falcons trying to hold WT to a field goal attempt. Gerber. It was Compton. They were running a screen to him, but that play did not work from the jump, and give a lot of credit to E.J. Nisa, the 300-pound senior defensive end. He was with Compton the whole way, Bryce.
Yeah, and that's where you should see there be an advantage for Jared Compton to get away from E.J., but he just stayed with him and was able to make the stop.
That one defensively looked like the Falcons kind of knew what was coming.
Right.
You could tell Gerber was a little hesitant when he was back there because he could see, I'm going to throw this to Jared, and he's going to have a hard time gaining yardage.
Yeah, I don't even think he really wanted to throw it there, but he had to do something.
33-yard field goal try for the Buffaloes. Gage Urias is good. So Gage puts through his 5th field goal this season. He's 5 for 6. The Buffs take advantage. They block a punt, turn it into 3 points, and our score is 3-0 with 8:56 to play here in the first quarter.
Immediate timeout.
We'll take a timeout, come back with more football from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium. After this, you're watching the WT and UT Permian Basin Falcons here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 119 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, this is the Lone Star Conference.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. The Buffaloes on a 10-play, 32-yard drive. They cap it off with a Gage Urias 33-yard field goal. They take the early lead, 3-0 after they capitalize on a block punt.
And, you know, Bryce, you go back and one penalty that stands out. Jared Compton races into the end zone, runs over a defender, but that gets called back 1st and 20 because of a holding.
2 plays on that particular series. One is that holding. That's big. It was on Carnbay. And then when they had the pass to Carnbay, he and Nick Gerber were not on the same page. Nick wanted him to go to the outside.
Because Jeremy was open.
Yeah, he threw that pass there, and Jeremy turned to the inside, and just a little miscommunication on that.
So the Falcons hold the Buffs to just a field goal. The Canyon Chamber of Commerce is a proud partner of WT Athletics. The Canyon Chamber works with local businesses to provide economic growth for the city of Canyon. Thank you for your continued support of WT Athletics, Canyon Chamber. A lot of sponsors making this broadcast possible for you tonight. We're glad to have you with us on Homecoming here in Canyon, Texas. It's been a great day so far. The Lady Buffs volleyball team won. You called a couple of soccer matches, Bryce.
Soccer, the girls won 3-2. The guys tied 1-1. And so not bad at all. Whoa, we already have a little extracurricular. And again, that goes back to what we talked about in the pregame a little bit. Emotions. Got to control your emotions. Even though something is said, you got to let it go, basically. Hey, the Texas Panhandle Sports Network is the leader in high school sports coverage, and now it's easier than ever to watch and listen with the new TPSN mobile app. Download today from the Apple Store or Google Play.
Look at the Falcons as the offense comes back on the field. Last week, they trailed 10-0 early second quarter before they scored 21 unanswered points, again on the road at Western Oregon. We'll see what they can do here on this second possession of the game. The throw on the outside, catch made by MJ Link, but he had to go down to a knee to haul it in, so he stopped right there at the 29-yard line.
So they're playing off about 5 yards, so they're giving him plenty of cushion. And so, again, realizing he burned them for a couple of big, long touchdowns last year, you want to give him cushion. It's hard to determine how much should I give.
Second down play. Graham in trouble, so he's just going to run across the 30, a very short gain. Buffs were tracking that one all the way. Good job by Dylan Mata from that defensive end spot.
The Buffs playing a nickel package. They got an extra defender out there. And so they're trying to match up with the receivers and anticipating that running back coming out of the backfield.
If you're Coach Kerrigan, you really want to pick up this first down. On 3rd down and 4, already down by 3 points. Buffs bring some pressure from the outside. Throw across the middle. Incomplete. There were a couple of UTPB players down. The quarterback was knocked down by Mata, and then the receiver hit.
JT puts a lick on him, and so, but it was bang, bang. It was right at the time the ball got, or just right after the ball got there. That's why the officials let it go. I'm sure the UTPB coaching staff was looking for probably a defensive player there, but they didn't get that call.
Well, one thing that we know so far, with 7:56 left in the first quarter, the Buffs are hitting hard here at the start of this game. Trying to send a message early. Another punt from Landeros. This time they're able to block for him, so he gets away a high spiraling punt down to the 20-yard line. Tyler Sweet makes one man miss, stays on his feet, and is taken down at the 30-yard line. Nice return by Tyler Sweet. Second possession here for this Buff offense.
And Tyler Sweet, you never know what you're going to get. What kind of, is he going to be dangerous and try to take off, or is he going to take his time and look up the field?
All right, we'll step aside for a timeout, come back with more football from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium right after these messages.
Welcome to MetaDrive Pharmacy, Canyon's hometown pharmacy for over 32 years. We greet you by name, and our pharmacists take the time to counsel you and answer all your questions. Our Health Mart Pharmacy specializes in serving our community with fast, friendly, professional service and the highest quality medicines and health products. We accept most insurance plans, including Medicaid and Medicare, and we offer free in-town delivery to your home or business. Come visit us for all your healthcare needs.
And welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. The Buffaloes lead this one 3-0, 7:44 left to play. Here in the first quarter, you look at the first quarter statistics so far. Buffaloes with 42 yards total in this first quarter to 28 for what UTPB has been able to bring. And so again, that kind of goes back to what we talked about at the beginning. UTPB has those woes of trying to get started in the first quarter. WT needs to take advantage. They've been able to do that a bit with the running game too. So they've had 5 rushing attempts, averaging 4.6 yards per carry. So that's one of the big things we need to continue.
We would like to recognize Dan Schumann, Edward Jones, as a proud partner of WT Athletics. Thanks so much for your continued support of our Buffs and Lady Buffs. That's Dan Schumann of Edward Jones. Look down at the Buffalo sidelines down there. And Nick Gerber, senior quarterback out of Levelland, back on the field here for the Buffaloes. Shaquille Brown, I got 2 tight ends over here on the left. It's a handoff to Compton. Good blocking. Jared makes the defense miss. Hard run. And then tackled well out of bounds. Yeah, the side judge comes in quickly and gets the players back, but Coach Hughes is asking, why was that not a penalty?
The reason why is they have that 5-yard strip. It's a white strip, and he was tackled after the fact when he got beyond the white yard strip. Well, I think the officials are saying, we'll give him a warning. We'll watch it for the next time.
He says, I saw this in Odessa last year.
Yeah.
I know how this works.
That's exactly it.
Compton catches this swing pass. Good blocking again. He's taken down from behind. Good hustle by the linebacker, Hayden Kelly. So they're getting Compton involved, Bryce, on the ground and through the air.
And again, you want to try to get his confidence built up to where he can just kind of take off. He's not afraid, obviously, to go against the big guys. And so he likes the contact, and they want to get it to him so he can kind of get that thing going.
That was the 5th first down for the Buffaloes here in the first quarter. The Falcons have only 1, and a flag flies in. False start against the Buffaloes.
Let's see who this one's on.
False start on the offense, number 75. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
And I was wondering if it was because it was this side official. I was trying to figure out, because Noah did not move. The receiver on the far side of the field kind of moved up, and I thought maybe that's where it was going to be.
Play action pass here for Gerber. Good pocket. Throws this one down the middle. Good snag by Bagardis Noah. Cut down as he crosses the 35-yard line. That's been a really strong connection over the last 2 seasons, number 15 to number 8.
Well, he just has a perfect rhythm with Noah Bagardis. He knows where he's going to be. He threw that one, floated it up to him. Noah could go up and get it, pull it in for the big first down catch.
Bagardis, 3 touchdowns this season. Compton takes the carry. It was nearly taken by number 97. And that is Joseph Williams. Bryce, their defensive line is massive.
Well, they are. They're huge for one, and two, they've seen some things on tape that's tipping them off because Hayden Kelly came in that time. He was already at Jared Compton when Jared got the football. And so, again, they see some similarities from what they've witnessed on tape that they're able to utilize here to their strength.
Joseph Williams, 6'5", 350. Ida Sui, 340, and Nisa is 300 pounds. Gerber all day to throw. Nobody's open, so he's going to tuck it and run, trying to outrace the defense, and he's pushed out of bounds after picking up about 4 yards there. Talking about that defensive line and how big they are, makes it hard to run up the middle, but you know, if you get past that first surge,
then you've got that second tier you can get to, and that's what they're trying to do, but it's getting past those first 3 down linemen. That's the big key.
You think those guys could fit on the elevator?
No, I don't need, not at the same time.
Okay. And that's a compliment, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It's not
a compliment.
Not at the same time.
3rd down and long here for the Buffs. New running back in the game. This is Brian Okoye.
We talked about Brian in the pregame.
Yes, he had a really good game a few weeks ago at Adams State. Gerber sets and throws this one incomplete. Was trying to get Tyshawn Buckner down the field. The umpire got ran over. Hopefully he's okay down there, but the pass is incomplete. It's 4th down for the Buffs.
If you're an official, the toughest place to be is the umpire because you are going to get lit up.
Brings up 4th down and 9.
You're just right in the middle of everything, right?
You're in the middle, and you get used as a screen. They utilize, you being out there, and so yeah.
Well, Urias is going to come on here and attempt a 50-yard field goal. His long is 46 yards. Remember, he had a field goal blocked against Texas A&M Kingsville. Need a good snap and hold here. Kyle Brown gets the snap down. Urias' kick is long enough. He got it.
Man, that was plenty of distance on that one. He had another 10 yards on top of that.
So 2 field goals from Gage Urias. That one, a 50-yard field goal, booted through. And the Buffs lead 6-0 with 5:28 to play here in the first quarter. You're watching Buffalo football on the LSC Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
We live where wide open roads lead to wide open spaces, where life is lived a different kind of way. We believe that generosity should always be given, but loyalty can only be earned. Community is sacred. Integrity is learned. We believe in going the extra mile, whether it's time to work or it's time to play. But most important, we believe in doing the right thing, always.
And welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. The Buffaloes lead this one 6-0 thanks to a 49-yard field goal from Noah Bagardis. That capped a 7-play, 36-yard drive for the Buffaloes. They take the early lead here 6-0. And I know one thing that Hunter Hughes will say, it's great that we got field goals, but we want to score touchdowns. And so that's one of the things I'm sure he's talking to the offense about.
The kickoff from Urias. And MJ Link going to get a chance to return it from the goal line. Hole opens up for Link, and he is just smooth. Nearly broke that one, but was tripped up as he crossed the 25-yard line. You can tell with him, again, you got to get him the ball as much as you can tonight from that receiver spot.
And he has such good vision, and I think that's the thing. You could just see it on that kickoff. He really surveys the field. He looks for an open crease. He found it going to the far side of the field. And so return had a nice return, and really, you're right, he's just a smooth runner.
Buffs a late substitution as they'll bring on one of the defensive linemen there, number 90, Jaden Jackson. 6-0 lead for the Buffs here in the first quarter. Handoff up the middle, some success there. They go with number 48, Antonio Malone. He's a freshman out of Lubbock, played high school at Lubbock Coronado.
Well, Antonio went off the left side of the line behind his center and left guard that time. Able to pick up 6 on that carry.
Graham will roll to the right this time. Pass is caught and then out of bounds. That's a first down. Catch made by number 11, Clyde Bello. You've mentioned this cushion that the defensive backs are giving, and UTPB is kind of picking them apart. We'll throw it 7 yards down the field and then go from there.
That's exactly right. They're playing so far off that really you just need those short completions, 5 to 7 yards. And if you can turn it upfield and gain another 2 or 3, it's going to be an automatic first down.
Malone stays in at running back. He's going to take the carry. And nothing going as he runs into a wall. Chris Thomas, one of them in there. Also number 55, Sosa Sokimi, defensive lineman. Sokimi in for West Texas A&M. Chris Thomas, Bryce, 281 career tackles now. I actually saw Eric Collins down on the sideline before the game, and Eric said, well, my buddy's going to end up breaking my record. The catch made on the outside for UTPB and a big hit at the end of it from Sign Shuva. But back to Collins and Chris Thomas, linebackers. We've seen so many talented linebackers here at WT through the years. Eric last year moved into 3rd place all-time on the tackles list. He passed Carter James, and right now Eric Collins climbing his way up the charts as well. He has been, Chris Thomas has been a lot of fun to watch, senior from Humble, Texas. It's 3rd down and long. The official comes in and says, UT Permian Basin wants to talk things over. So we'll step aside as well, take a timeout. When we come back, a 3rd down and 8 coming up for UT Permian Basin. The Buffs lead by a couple of field goals early out at Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium. We're back right after these messages.
Suddenlink is now Optimum with award-winning internet, TV, and mobile, giving you the power to get closer and go farther with speed and reliability. With our new 100% fiber internet we're building, together with Optimum Mobile, voted #1 in customer satisfaction, you'll get the complete connectivity you deserve. And when you combine Optimum's award-winning connectivity with our 24/7 customer service, your future is only a connection away.
And welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. Timeout taken by UTPB as they want to talk it over on this 3rd down and 8. And so what's the collective thought on this as they get set to go?
All right, Dylan Graham in the gun, steps up in the pocket, a lot of green in front of him. He'll throw incomplete.
Well, and I didn't see the official's hat came off. He was trying to get it out to the near side that time. And he was trying to get it to Ethan LeVay, but Ethan stepped out of bounds.
And even where he caught this, Bryce, he was going to be about
short,
3 yards short of the first down.
Yeah.
It's been interesting with the quarterback, Graham. There's been several times where it looked like he could tuck it and run.
Well, and I thought he might on that one because all the pressure went by him, and he had the right corner. He could have took off.
So it's punt time again for the Falcons. 3rd time that Sergio Lenderos has come out for a punt. Remember, his first one was blocked by the Buffaloes. Gets a good kick here. Sweet tracking it in. Will return from the 7-yard line. Burst free. He's at the 20. Tyler Sweet reverses field, and he's down. Fumbles the ball at the end of the play, though. And I think they're going to say this is Falcons football. He crossed the midfield, Bryce. That ball came loose, and it was recovered by UT Permian Basin unless the officials say otherwise.
Well, the thing about Tyler Sweet is he's explosive, but we've seen this on a punt return before as well, not protecting the football. And when you see that contact coming, you've got to kind of tighten up. Make sure you pull that close to you.
This was a bang-bang play. I can tell you, Hunter Hughes is down there making the call that it was.
Block in the back on the kicking team. That penalty is declined. 1st down.
Well, they got that wrong anyway.
Block in the back was on the receiving team.
There you go.
That penalty is declined. 1st down.
Again, here's the replay. So we'll look at this one more time. It was a penalty against the Buffaloes. A great return from Sweet.
And so right here, Sweet does the right thing. Now right here, you got to tighten up, and he doesn't, and the ball comes free before he hits the ground.
I think the defender from UTPB makes contact, and that ball is loose as he's falling to the ground. So
you've got to get your hands clutched around that football when you see the contact coming.
Turnover gives the ball back to the Falcons, just on the other side of the 50-yard line. Graham looks left, in trouble, and he's sacked, thrown for a loss back to the 42-yard line by Chris Thomas.
2nd sack of the ball game. Again, a delayed. He waited. He counts to 1, 2, then takes off. You can watch on the replay. He just counts 1, 2, and now he comes in. And then he's just there on the delay, makes the sack back for a loss.
Chris was looking like Thunder 15 there, right? Coming right at you. Here's a handoff to Malone. Breaks the first tackler there and then is stopped. Nice pursuit for the Buffaloes. Preston Staszewski comes up, our X factor of the game.
That's what I love about Preston. Again, he kind of reads. He saw it was going to be a run play, so playing safety, he comes up, he sees a lane, takes an angle, and was able to come up and make that stop.
We would like to thank Jimmy Fincher Body Shop for their support of WT Athletics. Equally skilled at repairing damages or customizing your vehicle, Jimmy Fincher is your top Amarillo body shop. 3rd down and 19 for the Falcons. Graham throws this one, intercepted by the Buffs. Staszewski bringing it back at the 40-yard line. Steps out of bounds. Preston Staszewski with his 4th interception this season. That's right, go crazy down there, Preston.
Well, Hunter Hughes was all the way down there. He was high-stepping with him as he's down at the 5-yard line. And so I didn't know Hunter had that kind of speed. But anyway, he got down there in a hurry to congratulate Preston on a nice job coming up with the interception. You see it right there. Voigt stepping out, got close, but he didn't step out. Gets across the 40 to the 35 and then tight ropes it. And then just does a nice job.
That has been one thing the Buffs have done a good job of this season. They forced turnovers. The opening game, they forced 5 turnovers in their win against Western Colorado.
The Buffs, I think the Buffs have 10. Do they have 10? No, they do. They got 11. I saw Carnbay come off, and I thought somebody didn't go in.
Maxwell Perez, the tight end on the left. Good play here. Brian Okoye running through defenders. He's got a big first down. It's going to be 1st and goal at the 8-yard line.
Nice misdirection. They rolled it to the right side, and then Brian comes back to the left side. Okoye sees a seam on the left, able to go up and pick up big 1st and goal to go.
Buffs will work quickly here. The Falcons 3-man defensive front. Okoye tries to get around the edge, and he's gang tackled there. Nice job. Give credit to number 34 defensively for the Falcons, and that is Jalen Rockmore.
One of the things with the Buffaloes I've noticed in this set in particular, this first quarter series, is once they get a first down, they do want to establish the run, so they're going to go ahead and give it as a handoff, and sometimes you want to catch the defense off balance and maybe throw a pass.
Jalen Rockmore, 6'1", 240-pound sophomore out of McKinney. It's a pretty good linebacker name, right?
It is.
Rockmore.
Double tight end set.
Out of the gun, Gerber on 2nd down and goal. Handoff again. They try that left side. Okoye runs hard, but he's pushed out of bounds. Can't get to the goal line. Good defensive alignment again, and that time it was Justin Campbell, the defensive back, that came up and made a good tackle.
Zach Dietrich, the left guard, pulls out. He rolls around the left tackle. He's got some help from the tight end, Carnbay on that side. They try to push the defenders back. Nice run by Brian to get up to the 5.
3rd down and goal, this time from the 6-yard line. Movement. As big defensive lineman in the middle, Victor Idasui. Got 340 pounds moving one way. He couldn't get it back.
I'll tell you, Victor.
Offside on the defense with contact, number 99. 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
I want to go to the buffet with Victor. I think that would be fun.
Well, and give credit to Zane Madison, because you can't flinch right there, right?
You can't. And so what he does, he takes the contact, and then that's how they were able to get that penalty called.
So it becomes 3rd and goal for the Buffaloes from the 3-yard line. 3 receivers go out to the far side. Watch the receiver at the bottom. That's Noah Bogardus. They're going to go the other direction, though, and the pass was thrown. I think it was incomplete. Sweet tried to say he caught that. That ball was thrown inside from Gerber, incomplete, so it's going to bring on the field goal team.
And that, to me, from Nick Gerber, was he threw it behind the receiver.
Yeah.
He didn't lead him, and he had him on a cross coming around. You can watch on the replay here. He has him coming across, and he throws it behind him. And so that, again, he needed to have it up to the inside instead of trying to throw it back to the outside.
Well, Gage Arias has been perfect so far. Buffs are going to call on him again, this time a short attempt. Only a 20-yard field goal try here. And an easy one there for number 20. 3 for 3. Nope. Official comes in.
We got a penalty.
And says there's a penalty, so hold on.
They may take the points off the board. Let's see what the penalty is going to be. No, I think they're going to keep
They'll stay with the field goal.
Offside on the defense. That penalty is declined. The kick is good.
All right, so we'll take a quick timeout, come back, and it'll be the Falcons' turn to receive the ball. Score 9-0, Buffs on top. Back after these messages.
We live where wide open roads lead to wide open spaces, where life is lived a different kind of way. We believe that generosity should always be given, but loyalty can only be earned. Community is sacred. Integrity is learned. We believe in going the extra mile, whether it's time to work or it's time to play. But most important, we believe in doing the right thing, always.
Well, 17 seconds left here in the first quarter. The Buffaloes add another 3. Gage Uriah's 20-yard field goal as the Buffs go on a 5-play, 20-yard drive. They capitalize, putting 3 more in the score. They lead 9-0.
Yeah, points are points. I know Coach Hughes wants to see the touchdowns, but Gage Uriah's very accurate, very reliable. And so it's 9-0. Glad to have you joining us for this broadcast tonight. I want to thank Journey Canyon Coffee, a proud supporter of WT Athletics. Stop in or drive through for your favorite hot or iced drink. Thank you for your continued support of our athletes. That's Journey Canyon Coffee.
Gage got a hold of that one, drove it to the back of the end zone. So it will be UTPB coming out here to start the final 17 seconds of the first quarter.
If you're Coach Kerrigan right now, Bryce got his offense huddled up right there, and what are you telling them? They just haven't had a spark yet.
Well, they haven't, and the thing is, the Buffs have kind of altered their defense a little bit, and so they've been having to try to adjust to what the Buffs are doing. And so, again, sometimes coming out with that nickel package, sometimes coming out with a 4-3. It just depends on what they're showing. Right now, they're showing the 3-4.
Well, UTPB, the offensive stats not pretty right now. Only 38 total yards, only 6 rushing yards. On first down, they fake it to the running back, Graham. Nobody open and just has to throw this ball to the Buffs sideline. Out of bounds, a penalty is thrown right in front of the Buffs sideline.
This will be interesting as they get together and talk this one over.
There's no foul on the play. The pass was thrown away. Second down.
I'm curious what he threw the flag for to begin with.
I think he was throwing it thinking that was intentional
grounding. Okay.
Good job by the officials of coming together and making the right call.
So he rolled out, got out of the tackle box, and so then he just lifted it toward the sideline.
So they'll get another play, at least one other play here before the first quarter ends. Big tight end goes in motion, sets to the left side. It's a running play up the middle. Going nowhere. Again, Chris Thomas, he is living in the Falcons' backfield tonight.
Yeah, he has really read the playbook for this one today. He studied tape, and he's really seeing what UTPB is trying to do.
That is the end of the first quarter.
All right, we've played one quarter here from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium on homecoming night. The Buffs, 3 field goals, lead at 9-0. We're back with the second quarter after this timeout.
For a onside kick, landed on my knee pretty hard and ended up fracturing my femur. I ended up having to go back and have surgery. Even the day after I had surgery, I was back in the clinic here. It's nice to have people help me rehab at a caliber of what I'm used to feeling like I can do. One thing that I really liked was having the access to the turf, because that's what I'm used to playing on. Now, I mean, it feels like nothing had ever happened. You have a choice of where you can go. This is one of the best places in Amarillo.
Welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. Great homecoming crowd on hand, enjoying the first quarter. The Buffs lead at 9-0. 101 total yards for the Buffs, 39 for UTPB. The Buffs are pretty even, 52 through the air, 49 on the ground. And again, starting that ground game was kind of a key for the Buffaloes tonight.
Both teams struggling on third down. Buffs 1 for 4. Falcons are 1 of 5. And again, that was something we talked about, Bryce. They're only 21% on the season. Falcons are on third downs. The money down, you got to convert those.
You really do. And so far, they're stayed about right at their average so far for the year. And here's the next one, third down and long.
Snap back to Graham. Buffs bring pressure. Catch is made, and that is going to be,
I think, short.
Okay, just
about a yard.
Does Coach Kerrigan gamble here?
Well, I think now he's going to go ahead and bring the punt team out because I think he thought about it.
Yeah.
And I think if you were 10 yards further, you probably would have.
That was Corey Harris, the running back, making that catch, and he almost got that first down.
And so the question now with Mr. Sweet going out, is anybody talk to him about making sure when you got the football, keep it tight to your chest when you see the contact coming?
The punts so far from Landeros have been very good.
Nope. The nice read by the Buffaloes, and they prevent him.
They were going for that fake, and it did not fool West Texas A&M. Great job, special teams.
Daniel Ajaya read it, and he came up to make the stop, and that prevented them from going through. You watch right there, just
held
perfect.
on.
Perfect. He read it, cut through the line that was trying to block, and he I don't know if it was his assignment was to take the up back, but nevertheless, he did.
Well, Varela is 6'2", 275 pounds, and so he really had to hang on.
Yeah, you do.
He's a big man.
Yeah. So the Buffs take over after the stop on fourth down.
Compton, the running back, set to the right here on first down. The throw caught by Kenneth Red Jr. on the outside. But the unfortunate part was after Red caught it, there was no place to go.
You know, you're trying to quick hitch out there. You're trying to keep them off balance. But they read it perfectly. They had enough defenders out there. There really was no place to go when he tried to cut back against the grain a little bit. And so they stopped him for no gain whatsoever.
Red Jr., the wide receiver originally out of Detroit, Michigan. Blitz pressure picked up. Gerber rolling to the left. Going to run it. Wow, they just strung the play out. Great job from the secondary position. Give credit to number 23 for the Falcons, and that is Cameron Amayo.
And that had to be a design run because there's too many guys downfield. You could have thrown it away to prevent the sack, but unable to do so. That'll be a 2-yard loss for the Buffs.
Well, big third down coming up here for WT. You get these breaks, it looks like you got a chance to go score a touchdown, but here they are in third and long. Falcons defense is tightened up. Gerber in trouble, going to run it. Being chased from behind and is not able to escape for that first down. Good pursuit by the Falcons defense as they stop Gerber at the 31-yard line, and it should be another field goal.
Yeah, that's the question with the wind kind of blowing in here a little bit.
They will not.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you feel comfortable with Gage going into the wind? And they don't.
Buffs leave the offense on the field. Fourth down and 7 from the 31-yard line. See if they're trying to get the Falcons to jump off sides, which has happened already a couple of times.
Play clock down to 12.
Gerber taking his time. And the Buffs will go for it. Pass across the middle. Bogardus went down. A great diving catch for a Buffs first down.
Again, we talk about their chemistry. They have something there, and Nick really knows to throw. He throws this low. You watch here. He puts it only where Noah can come up with it, and Noah presents it.
Here's Compton. Compton at the 15-10. Jarrett is into the end zone. This time, no flags. Touchdown, Buffaloes.
Yeah, good tempo, trying to keep UTPB off balance. Jarrett Compton takes it around the right side. Had a little convoy with him as well, and so he just takes it in for the score.
Great job for the Buffaloes there. And they're able to convert. What a big call from Coach Hughes, Bryce, going for it on 4th down and 7. Picking up that first down. Gerber on the pass completion to Bogardus. They turn it into 6 points, and now Gage Urias will try to make it 7 with this extra point. And he does score. Buffaloes leading now 16-0 over the Falcons. We'll take a timeout, come back with more action here from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium after these messages.
With 12 minutes and 34.
Welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. The Buffaloes go on a 5-play drive that covers 34 yards. And they cash in with Jared Compton taking it in from 18 yards out. The extra point is good. And the Buffaloes lead 16-0. And that really, Lucas, is the remedy you needed after the Buffs go for it on 4th down. They're able to convert and then take it in for the score.
Now, this looks like a fun game, Bryce. I've actually done this before in the supermarket.
Now, he banked that off of the young lady holding the shopping cart. Does that count? I guess it does.
Yeah, this looks fun. Actually, this is what my son likes to do in the frozen section there. Buffalo's leading 16-0 and just dominating when you look at the stats. 135 total yards for WT, 47 for UT Permian Basin. And again, offensively, they're just struggling. And give a lot of credit to Hunter Hughes, to JT Haddon, the defensive coaches for West Texas A&M. The scheme that they've put together really has the Falcons kind of shaken right now.
Well, they're not letting them get any kind of rhythm whatsoever. So credit the defense. They're able to keep them off balance. And then the offense, 70 yards rushing. One of our keys was to get the running game going. The Buffs have 70 yards here in the first half. That's big. Great shot of the homecoming crowd, too. I mean, we've got a great crowd out here tonight for this one.
We'd like to thank Kenny Dean, State Farm, for being a proud partner of WT Athletics. For great service and great rates, call Kenny Dean, State Farm. Again, this Falcons team slow starting. They have had several games this year. Their 2-2 overall record where they don't get things going until second, third quarter. MJ Link, the fair catch, and I think he's kind of saying, oh, I probably shouldn't have put that hand up in the air because he had some room in front on that return setup there.
Yeah, I think next time if he has an opportunity, he's going to go ahead. There is a flag.
Preston Staszewski is pointing that it is against the Falcons. We trust Stu, right?
We do.
Actually, 2 flags out there near the 35-yard line. Compared to last year, this has been a very clean game in terms of penalties, Bryce.
We're still in the first half. So
Dead ball, personal foul on the return team, number 32. 15 yard, half the distance to the goal.
Ooh.
First down, PB.
Yeah, that's a big one. And so didn't see what took place out there, but nevertheless, officials throw 2 flags, so they'll mark this one off. And what was going to be good field position on the fair catch for the Falcons, now they move it back inside the 15-yard line.
So UTPB now pushed back nearly inside their own 10-yard line. Throw down the Falcons sideline and a really nice pass completed on the outside to number 2, Tyson Carter.
And a quick answer to that is just get Tyson out in the flat and just kind of loft one over to him, and that is a quick first down pickup for UTPB.
Graham, 9 of 14, now over 50 yards passing, 1 interception. Short toss caught by the tight end, stays on his feet, and that's close to another first down.
Yeah, he just kept rambling on that sideline and picked up the first down.
It was Jeremiah Vinson. We got a player down
Timeout.
On the far sideline. That's not good. That is JT Cavender that went down.
So JT was over there in coverage, and so one of those, again, he's just coming back from an injury. And you can see Hunter Hughes getting over there quickly to see what his prize linebacker may be dealing with.
Yeah, does not look good right now. Let's step aside. We'll take a timeout. Right now, Buffs leading 16-0, second quarter action, 12:08 to play before halftime. You're watching Buffalo football on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
One West is the comprehensive fundraising campaign designed to fuel WT 125 from the Panhandle to the world. We will strengthen WT's impact for the Panhandle region and beyond through a historic, comprehensive campaign, raising $125 million by 2025. The campaign's 3 priorities: people, programs, and places. Now is the time to make a difference for current and future generations. One West.
Welcome to Shimon Dental Group, where every day we're excited to see our patients and treat them like family. We are dedicated to providing you with the highest quality care in a friendly and comfortable environment. Shimon Dental Group's patient-focused philosophy puts your needs front and center.
We are constantly investing in leading-edge technology. Innovations that speed the treatment process and improve aesthetics. We're expanding the breadth of our cosmetic and restorative services through training to provide the best possible outcomes.
Just with the level of commitment that they show to taking care of my family and I, it's absolutely unmatched in this town, so I've been very happy with them.
Brightening smiles for more than 3 decades.
Contact Shimon Dental Group for your appointment today.
Bud Light, proudly brewed.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. Still attending to JT Cavender as he is being looked at over on the far sideline. Buffs lead this one 16-0 as the Buffaloes have 135 yards here in the first half so far, compared to 73 for UTPB. But so far, UTPB has been finding the passing range here late here in this second quarter. And on this series, they've been able to get some things to the outside.
Yeah, the Falcons trailing by 2 scores, a couple of touchdowns and 2-point conversions. Right now, Buffs concerned about JT Cavender, the sophomore out of Midlothian, preseason LSC Defensive Player of the Year. And right now,
yeah, what we're going to do, we're going to take another timeout as they continue to take care of him on the far sideline. Again, the Buffs lead this one by a count of 16-0, 12:08 left to play here in the first half at Bain Schaefer Stadium. We want to take a timeout. We'll do so. We'll be back after this on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
It's got the looks, the style, the performance. Your new car is everything you always dreamed of, and now it's here. First Financial Bank was happy to help put you behind the wheel with a new car loan at a competitive rate and fast, friendly, local approval. It's service that just comes naturally to us, much like a love of tradition comes naturally to you. First Financial Bank, you first. Member FDIC.
WT student athletes drink low-fat chocolate milk post-workout because it helps replenish and restore muscles quickly to their peak potential. Scientific studies suggest that the immediate benefits of low-fat chocolate milk include boosted performance, improved training, and higher recovery rates in athletes. Add low-fat chocolate milk to your post-workout routine.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium, and there you can see the players out at the middle of the field for both teams as they are taking a moment as, again, they continue to work with JT Cavender over on the sideline. We can tell you today is homecoming, of course. You've got the conclusion of everything else that has gone on here today at Buffalo Stadium. Earlier today, the women's soccer team took care of a big win, 3-2 over UT Tyler, while the men's soccer team tied up Lubbock Christian 1-1. And then the WT volleyball team really didn't have much of a problem with their win today as they won in 3. And so now the players heading over to pat JT on the back here a little bit.
A lot of respect being shown by both sides. Just saw about 4 of the UT Permian Basin players over on their side come over and show some love to JT Cavender. Such a tough kid. We got to talk to him a couple of times last year, Bryce, and a natural leader even in his freshman season last year. Just a guy that a lot of players gravitate towards, and so our thoughts and prayers go to him, and good to see him up.
he's the defensive player of the year coming into this for the Lone Star Conference. And so, again, good that they got to him. They attended him quickly, and they'll get him and get him taken care of here. And again, you can see the crowd out there. They're showing their appreciation for JT. The Buffs will make their way back over to the near sideline.
You know, he'd missed one game earlier this year, but they were glad to get him back last week against Angelo State. Leo Covington was already into the starting lineup. Kobe King, we're seeing a lot of him, and we may see Terrence Clark or perhaps Sam Hampton. And so next man up mentality here for the Buffaloes defensively with still 12:08 to play in the second quarter, and they're leading 16-0. Too bad we can't get Eric Collins.
He's on the sideline, and so I think make a quick change.
Sure,
Put him out there.
Is there an extra COVID year?
Sure, I would think something along that line. Again, 12:08 left to play here in the first half. That was a first down run on the pass completion for UTPB. So they'll have a 1st and 10. They'll mark the ball at the 43-yard line when we get back to play here. And so Buffaloes make their way over to the near sideline. And coming out, Daniel Ejaya is the one that comes out here for the Buffaloes. And you can see JT waving to the crowd here as they take him off the field. So, again, just an exceptional player for the Buffaloes. Yeah, the Buffs will go with a 3-man front, 4 linebackers.
And they've switched that up in the first half. We've seen a little of both.
Yeah.
This is the hard part in the game of football. You have an injury like that, everybody has to stop, and your emotions change, and then this whistle's going to blow, and they're going to go right back at it. Graham in the shotgun, sends his running back in motion. Across the middle of the field, catch made. And the receiver should have enough for a first down. That's secured by Gunnar Absek.
You know, you talked in the pregame about how slow it is for UTPB to start in a ball game. They can't get anything going in the first quarter, but then they come on as they go.
Yeah.
So here we are in the second quarter. They've had back-to-back-to-back passes that have been for at least 10 yards, if not more. And that's moved them across the midfield stripe into WT territory.
Still a lot of time here in this first half, but the Falcons again trail by 16 points. Receiver will come in motion again. Graham going to look to pass here. Good protection, going for a home run ball, and he's got his receiver for a touchdown. MJ Link is going to take that one to the house. Beautiful pass. They got Link streaking down the middle of the field, and there's that big strike offense that we talked about for UT Permian Basin. Look at it on the replay.
Again, just a nice run, a nice pass. And again, the thing you don't want is to allow a receiver to get ahead of your secondary. The Buffs kind of went to sleep on that play, and they got in for the easy score.
Carson Roberts on to attempt this extra point. Sophomore from Odessa, and he's able to push it through.
So a good drive for the Buffaloes. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll visit with Kent Johnson after we come back. Buffalo's lead is trimmed. They now lead 16-7. We'll take a timeout on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
And get helped, get fitted, and get your questions answered, and find out about our price matching online today.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. The Buffaloes lead this one 16-7. Let's head down to the sideline. Kent Johnson standing by for an update. Kent?
Mic's on.
Kent? Go ahead.
Now like to recognize the members of the game, Pat and Gina Yarbrough.
All right, we'll hang on for a second before we go down to Kent Johnson. Let's recap. That was a 4-play, 88-yard drive for UTPB. and it's capped off by a 47-yard pass completion to Link, and he is ready to get that one in. So, again, 16-7, Buffaloes with the lead. Let's head down to the sideline. Kent Johnson standing by. Kent?
Thanks, Bryce. Sophomore linebacker J.T. Cavender was just carted off the field. Dislocated elbow. So you never like to see anybody hurt, but that may be a best-case scenario right now. J.T. Cavender, of course, missed the Kingsville game when he rolled an ankle, played very sparingly last week, so he's had a rough year of it. But to this point, it had an outstanding game tonight. Dislocated elbow. Obviously, he won't be back. Permian Basin took some momentum there following that break. So let's go back upstairs, guys.
All right, thanks very much, Kent, on the update on that. Here's the return for the Buffaloes. Tyler Sweet went flying in the air.
Got upended, tried to hurdle a defender.
And you watch on the replay here as he will take this one, go along the near sideline, because that was a low line drive kick, and then up and over before he comes flying up. And so, again, Buffaloes will take over.
Well, we'll see if this Falcon defense now gains some confidence and momentum after seeing MJ Link haul in that touchdown pass and get some points on the board for UT Permian Basin. They do it on first down. Compton takes the carry and is dumped for a loss. Big play defensively for UT Permian Basin.
J.T. Walker coming up to make the stop, and again, it's kind of like he had the playbook. He knew where Jared Compton was going. He met him at the spot and threw him back for a 5-yard loss.
You know, Jared coming into this season, Bryce, second-team All-LSC performer from last year, and just hasn't had that game yet where he's been able to break free. But such a talented player, averaging 62 rushing yards on the ground. Did have the rushing touchdown earlier in the game for the Buffs. Gerber's going to run it here. Big hole opens up for Nick as he's going to be taken out of bounds close to the first down marker.
About a yard short. It looks like he had the angle, and the defender just kind of rolled him out of bounds just a yard short. So nice run by Nick, and I think he saw that one all the way. I don't think that was the call, but he saw he had an open lane and took off on the run.
Well, he's definitely a weapon back there as the quarterback, an extra runner that the defense must account for. Third down and short play here. And a flag flies. Is this going to be movement on WT?
5-yard penalty, still third down.
Well, they say 78.
Morgan Pica.
But I wonder, because that came back from the umpire, he's usually looking at the center. And so I don't know what he saw, but he saw some kind of movement from behind.
Well, now instead of a 3rd and 1, you have a 3rd and 6.
And that changes the play calling quite a bit. And so let's see what Nick Gerber wants to do in this particular set.
Looking for a receiver. Now Gerber has to run for it, dives, and he's got the first down. Great effort. And we talked about this a few weeks ago. Senior year, Nick Gerber's not sliding, Bryce.
No, he's not, and he knew what he needed to get to, the 35. And so when he got close, he just dove toward it, pushes the ball over the top of it, and is able to pick up the first down.
Nice conversion for the Buffaloes. Compton tries the left side, short gain.
That's the one hard thing about the UTPB's front three is the fact you're looking at 340, 325, 320. And so it's kind of, moving some beef when you're trying to get the guys to push back instead of kind of statues where they're both right there to meet at the same place.
Gerber throw across the middle, catch made. Noah Bogardus, he's having a strong first half for WT, already his 4th catch. Sets up a 3rd down and 3 here, with the Buffs leading by 9. All kinds of subs here. It's a carry over the right side and nothing going for Jared Compton.
Again, they tried to pull a guard to come around, but UTPB read it perfectly, and they had 4 guys lined up on the near side, and so they were able to make that stop, and that brings up 4th down.
Well, big defensive stand there for Justin Kerrigan's team. Again, after they get the long touchdown to MJ Link, the defense does its job, and now they're going to get the ball back. Going back to receive this punt, number 13, Gunnar Absek. And the first punt for West Texas A&M brings on Ollie Yart. the punter for the Buffaloes. Longest punt of the season, 68 yards. His average is 42. No rush from UT Permian Basin. The punt taken from the 18-yard line, nowhere to go. Great special teams coverage by West Texas A&M.
They mark it at the 23, and so that's where UTPB will come out. Now the question is, what do you do defensively?
Yeah.
Because last time they just kind of threw it down the field without any issue whatsoever. So you do, again, do you come out with a nickel, a dime package, or, what's the defensive change? Right now they haven't made any. They still have a three-man front, and so now they're going to switch it to a 4-3. And haven't changed their secondary any.
WT Athletics would like to thank Legends Canyon for being a proud sponsor of the WT student section for all athletic events. Thank you for your continued support. Pass thrown, caught on the outside. Hauled in by UT Permian Basin receiver number 88.
Yeah, Ben Patterson was able to get that one on the outside. And so he listed as a wide receiver, looks more like a tight end.
And that's one thing they've done so far. Dylan Graham really throwing the ball to a lot of different targets in this first half. Second down play, Graham, wide open man. It caught at the 35-yard line and dropped. It was bobbled and dropped. A penalty marker comes flying in.
I'm trying to see what it's going to be against UTPB. I was trying to see what that was because unless it was blocking downfield, as somebody came back with a cutback block.
Pass interference on the offense, number 88. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay second down.
That's interesting. I think it's like a pick play.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was because he was going up, kind of throwing a block. He really didn't go into a pass pattern. He went and threw a block, and that's why they threw the flag.
It's not basketball season yet. We're getting close, Bryce, but that was what you call the cross screen, right?
Yes, absolutely.
The old block-to-block screen there. Speaking of basketball, the WT men's and women's both going to be really good, really talented this year.
And they're getting set to get things underway here in just a little bit.
Yep. Got a chance to talk to Coach Prock last week, and he's excited about his team.
I think fans are excited about his team in particular just because of what they did last year.
Second down and 19 after that penalty. Hand off to Cade Cox. And look at Cox finish the run here. Runs through Preston Stazuski. Gains yardage to the 22-yard line. And welcome to the game. Yeah, welcome to the game, Cade Cox.
Yes, Stazuski stays down, and he's grabbing a knee. That's not a good sign either.
It's not.
And so he kind of took on the punishment up front. 7:03 left to play here in the first half. Buffaloes lead 16-7, but UTPB trying to march once again up the field. As we will attend to Preston Suzuki. Hey, Carpet World of Canyon is your local stop for carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and tile flooring. Proudly supporting WTAMU. Go see why Carpet World of Canyon is the only store for your floor.
All right, let's step aside, take a timeout, and we'll come back, check in on Preston Stazuski. Buffs lead 16-7, 7:03 still to play in the first half. You're watching West Texas A&M. It's homecoming here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
Welcome to MetaDrive Pharmacy, Canyon's hometown pharmacy for over 32 years. We greet you by name, and our pharmacists take the time to counsel you and answer all your questions. Our HealthMart Pharmacy specializes in serving our community with fast, friendly, professional service and the highest quality medicines and health products. We accept most insurance plans, including Medicaid and Medicare, and we offer free in-town delivery to your home or business. Come visit us for all your healthcare needs.
Suddenlink is now Optimum, with award-winning internet, TV, and mobile, giving you the power to get closer and go farther with speed and reliability. With our new 100% fiber internet we're building, together with Optimum Mobile, voted #1 in customer satisfaction, you'll get the complete connectivity you deserve. And when you combine Optimum's award-winning connectivity with our 24/7 customer service.
So Preston makes his way to the sideline, and so again, it'll be third down for UTPB.
Buffs get into the game. Carson Otworth at the safety spot. Gage Smith as well. Pass down the middle, and this time it's well overthrown. Receiver streaking again down that far sideline, but incomplete. 4th down. We'll bring up a punt here for the Falcons. WT defense holds.
You know, UTPB had receivers on both sides streaking up the field. And so, again, that questions whether or not you want to try to get your guys back a little further, especially on those big 3rd down plays, because they have some good speed, and they're trying to utilize it right here.
And look at the Buffaloes. They're going to bring pressure again. They already blocked 1 punt in the first quarter. Landeros will step into this punt. Good leg from the punter. Sweet fields it from the 28-yard line. Good cut across the 40. And a late 2 penalty markers come flying in. There's been a lot of flags on these special teams plays.
That's interesting. And so this one they're going to move the flag back even with the other one and get the same call, more or less. It's probably against WT for
during
blocking
the return, holding number 19, 10-yard penalty, 1st down.
So Tyree Tipton on special teams going to be whistled for the hold penalty. We'll mark this one back from the 40 to the 30.
Right now in the game, the Buffs, that was their 5th penalty. The Falcons have been pretty good. Only 4 penalties for 31 yards. And you look at the total yardage, it was so uneven after the first quarter. It's now a little bit better for the Falcons, 157 to 148 in favor of the Buffaloes.
Again, it's their passing game, 133 yards through the air, only 15 on the ground.
On 1st down, Isaiah Smallwood, the running back. They fake it to him. Gerber going for a home run down the side. It's tipped and incomplete. 2 defensive backs in coverage for the Falcons, and he was trying to go to Bogardus, but that was well covered.
Yeah, they had dual coverage on that one. They were step for step with Noah. In fact, they were really out in front of him. And so they lifted the pass up in the air and just were able to tip it up. Had they got one more tip, they might have come away with an interception.
Brings up 2nd down and 10.
Again, those long passes, you're trying to stretch out the secondary to help your run game a little bit.
On 2nd down, it's going to be a trap play. Smallwood goes up the middle. Not much going there. Is coming up to make the stop is Ty Johnson, one of the linebackers. It'll set up a 3rd and 8.
Trying to get that misdirection going. They go to the left, and then they want to come back to the right. But really, against this big 3 up front, you've kind of got to go a little further to the outside in order to get that to completion.
See if they try to go to Bogardus again. Nope, it's going to be a swing pass. Great catch by Smallwood as it was tipped. He's going to go out of bounds well short of the 1st down. There was pressure in Gerber's face. That play off the mark from the beginning, and give credit to the Falcons defense for their pressure.
And I think somebody missed an assignment because that was a free run at the quarterback that time. Nobody picked up the defender who came in and was able to tip that one away. And so, again, they'll force a punting situation for the Buffaloes. 5:59 left to play here in the first half. WT leads 16-7, but you can sense that the momentum has shifted here to UTPB.
And again, Buffs have had 2 key injuries in this quarter. Absek makes 1 defender miss and then is cut down right at the 36-yard line. The Buffs have lost J.T. Cavender, carted off in this second quarter, and then also the safety Preston Stazuski. He came off on his own power, but he was hobbling. So that's a starting linebacker and a starting safety.
And there's 2 of your emotional leaders out there on the field. And so really that's now the question is who steps up, who is able to do that, now kind of pick up the defense from an emotional standpoint.
Falcons will have great field position with 5:51 to play before halftime, trailing by 9 points. They'll start from their own 36-yard line. Dylan Graham, 12 of 18 passing tonight. 13, no. That's
he
going to be.
He bobbled it, yeah. He lost that out of bounds.
And give credit to Ty Dillon for really just battling with the receiver and ripping the ball out.
Kobe King, the linebacker, also helped out on that, but that was really Ty Dillon, you're right, who came up and put pressure on him, and he bobbled the ball.
It's one of those corners that maybe undersized, but just plays so hard.
Watch the running back. They try to put him in the pattern this time.
Graham all day to throw, and that's exactly who they go to. Corey Harris made the defender miss and almost picked up that first down. He's taken down at the 45-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 1 for the Falcons.
Yeah, he comes out of the backfield, and so just kind of a relief valve at time for Dylan Graham, and Graham able to dump it off. And about a yard short for the first.
Buffalo's 4 defensive linemen up front. Falcons will run it, and Harris just enough to pick up that first down, and then some pushing and shoving after the play.
Yeah, they kind of fell forward to the midfield line, but the officials marked it back at the 47-yard line.
Most teams offensively, Bryce, will say, we've got to establish that run game. Falcons, not really. I mean, they're going to just put the ball in the air mostly. That's 11 carries, 17 yards.
Yeah, they're confident with the pass game right now.
Graham throws to the outside. Wide open receiver MJ Link will step out of bounds after picking up 7 yards, 7 easy yards.
Again, that cushion, they gave him 7 yards. All he had to do is go up, turn and present a target for his quarterback, show him his number, and then that was an easy pitch and catch. Nobody was there to pick him up defensively.
Gain of 8 for MJ Link. That was his 6th catch. Had a 47-yard touchdown catch as well, and that'll be a first down. Another good run there for the Falcons up the middle with Harris.
And so the formula is kind of working for the Falcons right now. They'll on first down, they'll throw at 6, 7, 8-yard completion.
Sure.
And then they'll just do the quick handoff because they only need 1 or 2 to pick up the first down.
WT will get the ball to start this second half, but still 4:25 to play before we get there. And the Falcons, they would like to score some more points, cut into this WT lead. Throw across the middle, complete.
And that's a wide open receiver. As he goes up, let's see, one official is saying that was incomplete. Let's see if that's the case.
Yeah, we got a lot going on. There's a penalty marker back in the middle of the field as well at the line of scrimmage. Saw one of the Falcons' helmets come off.
Let the official sort this out.
Holding on the offense, number 67. 10-yard penalty, still first down.
Well, that pushes it back into UTPB territory, back at the 48-yard line. And again, though, receiver just a little up and in, and he was wide open. So the Buffs not wanting to get anybody to get behind him, but again, a lot of room in that secondary.
Yeah, Gunnar Absek made the catch, but they'll take that off with the penalty and make it first and 20 from the 48, excuse me. Pass across the middle, and that is caught. Sliding catch right at the sticks. Give that one to Marcus Molina, the sophomore from Deer Park, Texas.
Credit Dylan Graham. He threw it where only his receiver could pull that in, and he's sliding down to pull that in for the nice completion. The Buffs look confused on their defense at the moment.
And Graham is getting comfortable at the quarterback position. This run up the middle from Harris at the 10 down to the 5-yard line. You were saying they were looking confused. They really weren't ready.
No, they were not.
When the ball was snapped.
Everybody was looking around. They weren't ready, and UTPB takes advantage of it, and they were able to get a big run. That's the biggest run maybe of the season for them because that was just a straight shot up the middle. I mean, they're only averaging 37 yards on the ground a game.
So it's first and goal from the 6-yard line for UT Permian Basin. Quarterback hit as he throws, incomplete, and Graham going to be slow to get up. Kobe King came from behind. It was almost like you were wondering, Graham, you got to feel that pressure. He didn't.
Yeah, Kobe King came from the blind side that time. Nobody picked him up. Man, he had a free pass at the quarterback. And it becomes an incomplete pass because he didn't have his arm in motion going forward. And so that'll bring up second down and goal.
Here's the replay. So a timeout will be taken.
Timeout.
By UT Permian Basin. They're going to talk things over, have a second and goal from the 6-yard line when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Buffs lead 16-7. You're watching West Texas A&M and UT Permian Basin right here on the LSC Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
Welcome back to Bain Schaefer. Let's head down to the field. Ken Johnson standing by on an update on Suzuki.
Well, the Buffs are going to have to play the remainder of the game without another defensive leader, guys. Strong safety Preston Suzuki. You saw him carted off the field moments ago. Lower leg injury. He's not going to come back. That's the sophomore from Missouri City. Let's go back upstairs.
All right, thanks very much, Kent. We appreciate it. And again, that's just the tough as we get set to go on this particular play.
All right, they're going to pitch it out to the running back and look to throw a trick play. MJ Link, did he make the catch? He did. So they pitch it outside to Antonio Malone, the running back. And Malone looks like he's going to run at the last second, throws to MJ Link, an acrobatic catch there by MJ Link for a touchdown, and the Falcons have cut it to a 3-point deficit.
I'll tell you what, that was just a nice play that time. Kind of caught the Buffs off balance. A little swinging gait. See if they stay with it. No.
Looks like WT had scouted that one. And so Falcons will change the formation and kick this extra point, try to cut the Buffs' lead to 2. Good snap, hold down Carson Roberts. Extra point is right down the middle. So the Falcons have come back after trailing 16-0, 13 unanswered points from UTPB. They trail by 2, 16-14 the score. 3:08 to play before halftime. We'll take the timeout, come back with a kickoff here on the LSC Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
1910, WT and the Department of Agricultural Sciences has provided high-quality education to the students of the Panhandle and beyond.
At WT, professors know me and are committed to my success.
If you want to get an ag industry job, WT is where you need to be.
I don't want just a job and a paycheck after graduation. I want a career where I can make a difference.
WT invested in my career. I intend to pay it forward.
Well, UTPB able to go on a 9-play, 64-yard drive. They cap it off with a 6-yard pass to MJ Link. That came from the running back Malone as they pitched it to him, and then he lobbed it to the corner of the end zone. And WT now in this quarter, it feels like they've been playing on their heels.
Yeah.
Haven't really been able, especially defensively, to find the right stop for UTPB.
Well, and it's been hard with the, again, Kent just told us the second big injury to West Texas A&M's defense. Falcons have taken advantage. They've got the momentum. They still trail, though, 16-14. The Buffs lead by 2. Kickoff to West Texas A&M. Tyler Sweet will take this one 1 yard out of the end zone. And not much running room there. He'll get out to the 16-yard line where the Buffs will take over. Offensively, Bryce, you'd like to get a drive going here. Falcons, they're going to try to get this football back with still 3 minutes and change.
Yeah, they definitely want it back. The advantage WT has a little bit, not much, is that UTPB's burned 2 timeouts, so they can't really stop the clock in any sense of the imagination. But the Buffs have got to be able to get a sustained drive, and they haven't had one since the first quarter.
I'd like to see number 6 out there in the slot get the football, Shaquille Brown. Gerber will keep it, and it's going to run. He gets out of bounds near the 25-yard line. And they see something they like there with that quarterback run. A lot of carries for Gerber in this first half.
And they know they're overloading the receivers, and so they're trying to take away the passing game. They feel confident now they can stop the run game, and so that's why they're not putting a spy on the quarterback as of yet.
8-yard rush for Gerber. He's the leading rusher in the first half. Good pass. Bogardus catches it. Tried to stay in bounds, but was just pushed out after making the catch. Good run after the catch. Noah's 5th catch tonight.
Walking that tight line and a tight rope, so to speak, along the sideline. And again, just a nice pitch and catch, nice reception.
Buffs go tempo, hand off to Okoye up the middle. And he's going to push the pile forward, gain about 3 yards. Tackle made by Eric Franco, the linebacker for the Falcons. Clock continues to tick, closer to 2 minutes to play here in the first half. They fake it to the running back, throw on the outside, catch made by Chris Sims. And I think he stepped out a yard short of that first down marker.
He did, and you want to be aware of where the first down marker is. And again, your momentum is taking you to the sideline. You just couldn't stay in bounds to pick up that other yard.
Buffs have 198 yards of total offense. Okoye tried to escape the defensive player there, but could not.
And they tried to get the line off balance a little bit, but the Buffs just are not having a good push from their offensive line. They're not being able to push those three back in any sense of or form of imagination. They lost a yard on that, brings up 4th and 2.
Eldon Titania with the tackle there for the Falcons. 4th down and short. 1:25 left as the clock continues to run. We've seen Gerber do a quick kick in these situations, but WT looking like they're going to go for it. Play clock down to 10 seconds. See if Coach Hughes is going to wait and call a timeout before the play clock runs out.
And he's not.
Delay game on the offense, number 15, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Okay, so let's keep it here. Bryce will.
Please reset the game clock to 1:06.
Surprised they didn't take the timeout there?
I really am.
4th and short?
4th and short, talk it over. You got 3 timeouts, and instead of taking the delay and you move it back 5 yards, there wasn't really anything Nick Gerber was doing to draw them off sides.
Right.
So that's why I'm kind of surprised.
So the Buffs will punt. Ollie Yart.
Timeout.
Well, goodness. Now the
UTPB.
Falcons use their last timeout. And
steady on the near side.
We're just broadcasters, Bryce. What do we know?
Xavier Phoenix is standing over there, and he's just putting his hands in the air. Go, what are we doing?
One side doesn't take the timeout. The other side takes their last timeout, and for the Buffs and the Falcons to score 16-14 with still 1:06 to play before we reach the locker room at halftime. We would like to recognize Lions Realty as a proud partner of WT Athletics. Give them a call at 806-358-3900. That's Lions Realty, official realtor of WT Athletics.
Hey, don't forget the Texas Panhandle Sports Network is the leader in high school sports coverage, and now it's easier than ever to watch and listen with the new TPSN mobile app. Download today from the Apple Store or Google Play.
And to try to get into the mind of Coach Kerrigan, perhaps they didn't have the right formation in terms of the punt return, or he was thinking WT may go for a fake, but definitely didn't like what he had out there. So they take that timeout. Absek goes back to return this punt. He's going to stand at his own 20-yard line. Ollie Yart with a booming kick, and it will go into the end zone. So the Falcons will have just less than a minute left here in the half. You think they try a couple of
well, their passing
plays?
game has been working perfectly here in the second quarter. So, yes, I anticipate that they're going to try a couple of shots here to get up the field. They like the speed of their receivers, and so they know they can get around the WT defenders. And so I think they'll try to take advantage of that and get a late score here with 59 seconds left to play in the first half.
Coming up for you at halftime, Kent Johnson will visit with head coach Hunter Hughes before they head to the locker room, and then we've got an interview at halftime with Cedric Knowlton of West Texas A&M Athletics.
Cedric, and so we'll get a chance to visit with him for a little bit.
Plug for Cedric Bryce. He's the head coach of my son's football team, youth football team. Pass across the middle, and that's thrown low, incomplete, as Graham had some pressure and could not connect with number 16, Ethan Leva.
He had Leva open. He just threw it low at his feet, and there's no way he could go down and pull that up.
So not much time runs off. 56 seconds.
WT shifts to a 4-man front now. We still only have
Graham looking to throw, just going to dump it out to the running back Harris, and he races to the sideline, goes out of bounds after a short pickup. And Eric Goodman and Corey Harris having a conversation down there about homecoming, right?
I would guess that's probably what it was about. They were accompanying everyone to the sideline over there, so I'm sure that's probably what they were talking about.
3rd down and 7. Buffs, they could get the ball back here. They still have 3 timeouts remaining with 50 seconds left in the half. Graham Throws it to Harris across the middle, and Harris is hit hard. He will not pick up the first down.
Yeah, now there's a timeout. Yeah, WT's going to take a quick timeout to stop the clock.
Timeout. WT.
Yeah,
that is their first of the half.
That's a good timeout for Coach Hughes, as he was standing right by the official once they made that stop. And so he wants to force them to punt it away.
All right, we'll take a quick timeout, come back. Buffs get the football back. 42 seconds left in the first half. We're back after these messages.
Energy is a glowing sphere of hot gas. It's an ocean of air. And at Excel Energy, we make it safe. It's why we train first responders. Help you identify where utility lines are buried. Sir, do not dig there. And it's why we study the flight paths of majestic golden eagles before we build a wind farm. Safer energy, people. It's all part of a carbon-free 2050. You, us, together.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. Not to sound another alarm, but Ty Dillon came over kind of limping. He's over on the sideline being attended to here for the Buffaloes. He was fine. I mean, it wasn't a big limp, but there was a noticeable limp.
No more injuries. We have had too many tonight for sure. Buffs coming after the punt, but the Falcons pick it up. Fair catch signaled, and the return made there right at the 30-yard line by Sweet. So the Buffs will have 37 seconds left before halftime. Still 2 timeouts remaining. And for WT, they were on track offensively in the first quarter, Bryce, but the second quarter they've had struggles.
Have struggled finding a rhythm, and so credit UTPB's defense as they've kind of put a little extra oomph in what they're doing out there tonight. And so let's see what WT tries to do the last 37 seconds. Again, the Buffs will get it to start the second half. They deferred with a coin toss to the second half, so they'll get it in the second half to get things going.
Gerber, 11 of 15 passing for 98 yards so far. He'll run here. A lot of room at the 35, at the 40. Gerber going to be hit hard at the end of a big first down pickup all the way into Falcon territory.
Well, the one thing, too, if you can get it down and get a field goal try, 29 seconds.
They get the chain set, start the clock. Gerber looking left, throw on the outside. Chris Sims makes the catch and then is bumped out of bounds there after a good pickup. They spot it at the 41-yard line.
Buffs going with a hurry up. Again, no huddle. They just want to get everybody set up and get ready to go.
Second down and 4.
Gerber throwing and nobody open.
There was some miscommunication on that one because Bogardus was kind of going on a little post route instead of going up the field. He was anticipating that I think Noah was going to go on a sprint up the field along the yard markers, and he just kind of held up a little bit, so he overshot him on that target.
Stops the clock with 17 seconds in the quarter. And the Buffs face a 3rd down and 4. Compton, the running back, to the left. They'll dump it out to Jared. Compton at the 40 races toward that first down marker, and I think he got it.
So they get it down to the 37-yard line. Yeah, 12 seconds, so you really got time for one more play before you want to bring out your field goal team to try for 3.
Which the Buffs have been able to do tonight successfully. Gage Uriah is 3 for 3 on his field goals. And those coming up big here in this first half. Buffs leading 16-14. Gerber, nobody open right, so he runs to the left and just throws this out of bounds. Smart play there.
So it only took 4 seconds off the play clock, or off the game clock, and so that does allow you, because you still have 2 timeouts.
They're going to run one more play?
They can run one more play.
You got to be quick here with it, though.
Dime package defensively for what UTPB is doing. They have 2 extra defensive backs out there.
Again, be quick on calling this timeout. Movement up front against the Buffs.
Ball start on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
They don't say who that was on. It's so your guess is it's a lineman that moved, official on the far side where UTPB is. Probably got some help on that call.
So 2nd down and 15 for West Texas A&M. Gerber throws it out to Compton. Catch made. 3 seconds. And a timeout. Did they get the timeout before the clock ran out to zeros?
Timeout. WT. There was 2 seconds on the clock when they called timeout.
Okay.
Please reset the game clock to 2 seconds.
Now, Compton didn't go anywhere. That was good defense by the Falcons to corral him in.
And to go back to the procedure penalty, that moves you back 5 yards.
Yeah.
Does it take you out of field goal range? Again, a bit of a breeze. So the Buffs
this
are
is a long try,
that,
Bryce.
yeah.
I mean, 44, that's going to be a 60-yard attempt for Urias if you let him go out there and do it.
When he was going down to the other end, he had plenty of leg on the 49-yarder. So you would say he has enough leg for that in that direction. But again, you're going into the wind, so that's going to be the question.
So this could be Hail Mary time, right?
Since the offense is staying out there, I'm going to say yes. That's exactly what it is. And they're going to send everybody back defensively to the goal line.
Just do it like Appalachian State does, right? Seems like they always get the Hail Mary to work. Compton will be the running back. Look how deep the Falcons secondary's playing.
Yeah, they're back.
And just a 3-man rush here defensively. Gerber will step up and heave this ball. Did not get a clean throw, but it's going to be dropped right at the 7-yard line. Bogardus had his hands on it, and then he was hit hard.
Well, I'll tell you what, it honestly looked like Noah got hit before the ball got there. And so, but the official's right on top of it. That will be the end of the first half. And, of course, Buffalo's lead at 16-14. WT owned the first quarter, but the second quarter really has been in favor of UTPB as they've been able to score twice.
Those Hail Mary throws, it's hard. It's almost like a javelin toss. The quarterback coming up and knows he has to sling it as hard as he can down the field.
Of course, we're getting ready to go down to the field to Kent Johnson as he's waiting for Hunter Hughes, who is making his way down there to talk to Kent Johnson. Again, 16-14 our score here at the half, and then Hunter now slowly walking toward Kent Johnson as they will chat about this first half of play. Let's get set to head down to the field, and then let's go down and talk with Kent Johnson. Kent?
We're down here with head coach Hunter Hughes, and the first 20 minutes of the half, momentum on the Buff side, but then it kind of changed, and UT Permian Basin got back in.
That's what happens when you don't score touchdowns. You kick field goals, it's gonna hurt you, and it's hurt us. We should be, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but we should be up a little more than this. But that's a competitive football team over there, and we just got to score touchdowns.
You lose two defensive leaders in JT Cavender and Preston Stazuski. Next man up mentality?
That's all he can do. We got him up there. We get him going and keep playing.
It's homecoming. Buffs lead it 16-14. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll have your halftime activities. You're watching WT football right here on the LSC Digital Network.
You know that egg producers don't quit at 5 p.m. We don't quit until the job's done either. Bankers' hours don't apply at First United Bank because we believe egg lending isn't a 9-to-5 job. While you're out working the fields or managing the herd, we're making sure your money is working too. Whether it's for livestock, land, or equipment, we're one of the most dominant egg lenders in the state and have been burning the midnight oil since 1907. First United Bank. We know ag lending. We know ag.
Since 1933, the Panhandle Plains Historical Museum has housed the vast history of Panhandle Plains, given back to the community, and provided educational resources to those who live here. Located on the campus of West Texas A&M University, PPHM is free to all students, faculty, and staff at WT. We offer volunteer opportunities, internships, and hands-on research experience. From prehistoric times to pioneer.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. Homecoming here at West Texas A&M, and the Buffaloes lead 16-14 here at the half. And again, when we kind of take a look, it was the Buffaloes controlling the first quarter. They got 3 field goals in that first quarter. And then to start the second quarter, Jared Compton takes it in from 18 yards out. The Buffs were up 16-0 at that point, but then UTP comes back the rest of the quarter, and they kind of control it.
They did, and, you know, Bryce, their quarterback, Dylan Graham, at the beginning of the game, it looked like they were a little out of sync. The Buffs defensively were doing some things that I think the Falcons weren't ready for, but as the half went on, he got really on target with his receivers. They actually ran the ball a little bit better than what they were used to doing, and so that offense got comfortable. They're right in this game, and so it's really, you come back out in the third quarter, anybody's to win, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, again, see what kind of halftime adjustments are made for both teams. As we talked in the pregame, WT has to come out ready to play in the second half. I think that's what's hurt them the last 2 weeks. They just kind of come out, and it takes them a while to get going, and they need to be ready to go as soon as the ball's snapped.
Absolutely. Our halftime score, 16-14, West Texas A&M leads by 2 points. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, Bryce had a chance to visit with WT Athletics Cedric Knowlton, and so we'll get that interview for you. We're at halftime. Our score 16-14. You're watching the Buffaloes and the Falcons homecoming here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
It's got the looks, the style, the performance. Your new car is everything you always dreamed of, and now it's here. First Financial Bank was happy to help put you behind the wheel with a new car loan at a competitive rate and fast, friendly, local approval. It's service that just comes naturally to us, much like a love of tradition comes naturally to you. First Financial Bank, you first. Member FDIC.
How's it going?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Yes, sir.
Again, welcome as we get set for another chance to find out a little bit more about some of the staff with West Texas A&M. Cedric Knowlton joins us, and of course, Cedric came to the university's sports department as the associate AD for marketing and fan engagement. But before that,
yes, sir,
you were with the university in the capacity with kind of helping student athletes kind of get situated and coordinated and everything else. Kind of
yes,
explain what that was.
Yeah, I worked for the Office of Admissions since
Right.
2015.
Right.
And my job was to recruit any student, but because I used to play the game back in the day, they had me the lead liaison for all of athletics. So when a coach would bring someone like Colo Capanui or BJ Vickers or any name, Britton Golden, I would go give them a tour of the campus, show them around, and help them out, and then kind of get them all signed up for school and all that.
So play a little football.
Yeah, just a little bit.
A little bit.
bit.
Captain of the team, actually, last year.
Yes, sir.
Kind of, and that what that means too, for some that don't know, I guess, is that's a leadership role.
Yes,
and what
sir.
that means is your teammates, and you're elected by your teammates.
Yes, sir.
And they're the ones that say, "This is the guy we want to follow." What does that mean to you when that occurred?
Well, that was big to me. I wasn't the starter by any means. I wasn't. If you look at the stats, I mean, I got a few yards here and there, nothing crazy, a lot of special teams. But they view me as someone who did things the right way. Our motto was be honest and do what's right, and they saw me doing that. And when they gave it to me, I was like, "You sure you don't want the guy who gets the ball more than me?" But no, it was an almost unanimous decision, wasn't even close, and. Yep. I was captain my final year with several other of my brothers that year.
Yeah, right. And so with the position of marketing and fan engagement, let's take a step back first. Fan engagement, what's that mean? I know what it sounds like, but what does it mean?
I tell people they're like, what's that mean? I'm the party guy.
Yeah.
I'm the hype man. So my goal is to make sure from age of 3 to age of 93, you're having a great time, regardless.
And when you think of that, sometimes you just think of football, but you're talking about all sports.
Yes,
and
all
for
sports.
Fans to be interactive in all forms
yes,
of
sir.
athletics.
We just got we have our new app, the Go Buffs Go app, and we got a interactive thing on there. We rolled it out for softball. We had trivia during a softball game, and fans got a tickle out of it. We almost engaged the actual players itself, or the coach, what was coach's batting average when she played for this time? And you get to know the players more, We have one player whose high school mascot for softball was the Eskimos. Oh. Everyone thought it was a trick question. I was like, what was her high school mascot? Eskimo? No, actually Eskimo.
That's what it was.
No one got it right that day.
Yeah.
Steve Horn, though.
In the marketing department, how do you see that growing? Not just this year, but
down the road as well?
I think it plays hand in hand. I think if you're going to come to a game where you like what you see on the field, but also like what you see off the field. And I think that engagement experience plays a good part of marketing, because a lot of times I tell people, a lot of people don't go to the game and watch 99% of the game.
Right.
They go and just go for the environment. So making sure the environment is a place they can bring their families and friends and having a good time, it just attracts that coming back for game 2 or game 3 or game 4 or a random baseball game. Right. It's local, it's inexpensive, and it's someone can take advantage of, watching some, not just sport, but some highly competitive Division II football team, basketball, all across the board.
Yeah. I know one of the goals, too, for the university, and I've got 2 final questions. This is the first one, is also get other students involved and get them to be a part of what's going on.
That's big. I feel like when I played back, when we had leather helmets.
Not quite.
Right, yeah. I feel like there was a lot more. I feel like there are more students. Maybe just me because I was playing, looking up.
Right.
But trying to get them back engaged, and that's where the app will help out, and then making it more convenient to them. I think Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium is right there. They're not having to drive, down to Walmart and park and get in there. So a lot more convenience for them, convenience to claim their ticket as well, but also show them, hey, there's more than just guys shooting ball in the hoop. There's also trivia going on. There's also giveaways. There's also, every student loves a free T-shirt. So the more we can, interact with them and outside the line, the more we feel we can attract that more student body to come to the games.
Final question then. What are some of the things that you like to see accomplished this year, but then broaden that a little bit? What are some of the goals down the road?
I have high expectations for myself.
Okay.
I want to sell out every night, everywhere.
Sure.
Of course. But my first goal is, for one, trying to really, really impact the freshman class. Now, I'm not saying sophomore, junior, senior don't matter, but it's when they're first here, when they're open-minded, when they're green behind the ears. So just doing that knowledge of them early, so they can't use the excuse, I don't know how to claim a ticket.
Right.
Showing them the trivia, showing them the light show that we have, the selfie cams on the app. So starting that, I think, is my first goal this year, and also getting in the more youth side of things. We're going to do some things, a superhero night here in Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium. We're going to have local superheroes. I'm going to try to have Michael dress up as Iron Man, So that's the goal. You're trying to do some things, just because, if you attract them young, they feel like they're more part of it.
Cedric Knoll, thank you.
We know that egg producers don't quit at 5 p.m. We don't quit until the job's done either. Bankers' hours don't apply at First United Bank because we believe egg lending isn't a 9-to-5 job. While you're out working the fields or managing the herd, we're making sure your money is working too. Whether it's for livestock, land, or equipment, we're one of the most dominant egg lenders in the state and have been burning the midnight oil since 1907. First United Bank. We know egg lending. We know ag.
Bud Light, proudly brewed.
We are Carpet Tech, and we are family. More than carpet cleaners, we're a team. Diving right in, not afraid to invest in our work and each other. We're killing it day in and day out, never shrinking from a challenge. Our people are 1 part passion, 1 part grit, and about a zillion parts off.
I love Lead because it
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium as the Buffaloes lead here at the half of homecoming, 16-14 over UT Permian Basin, but the Falcons have been able to come back in the second half, and they've cut the 16-0 lead the Buffs had after a little start to the second quarter, and have erased that and been able to cut into it to where they are now only trailing by 2 points. And some of the questions we had coming into this one tonight was, could the Buffs get the running game going? And they have been able to do that, sort of. And when I say that, they've rushed for 24 times for 120 yards tonight, but it just doesn't feel like a comfortable running game.
Well, and one of the things you look at, Bryce, that stands out is the leading rusher is Nick Gerber. Now, he's averaging 8 yards every time he runs, but, how much is that truly in the game plan? Is it something you want him continuing to do? I mean, he's on pace to carry the ball 16 times.
Right. And usually you don't have your quarterback, unless it's a running quarterback, do that, and that is not the case. And so we do have some highlights from the first half, and so let's kind of take a look at what were some of the highlights from our first half of play for today. So the Buffs, of course, able to get some things going early.
Well, this is when UTPB got the momentum right here.
Yeah, they connected on that 49-yard pass completion to
MJ
Link. And again, Link really made it happen. And this was the end around where they kind of faked it as a run play. But again, Link able to pull that in the corner of the end zone. That cut the lead to 16-14. Here's some of the WT field goal highlights from the first half. They had 3 field goal attempts in the first quarter and were able to connect on all 3. A 49-yarder, that one right there from Gage Urias, who was able to get that one through. And again, that's where I said Gage had plenty of leg, because he cleared that by about 10 yards. And so, but again, a couple of passing plays over the middle. The Buffs are able to kind of break that up, but still, nevertheless, it was the pass game that was making UTPB go in this one today, as they were able to get 183 yards through the air in that first half. Here's a quarterback sack. Again, coming up big for the Buffaloes throughout much of the day, able to put pressure on the quarterback was Chris Thomas. And then here's a nice return for the Buffaloes.
An interception from Preston Staszewski before he went out with the injury.
Before he got hurt, yeah, absolutely. And so, and here's trying to go to the corner of the end zone. And that was just that pass that was thrown behind, trying to get it into the end zone. And then this is a nice run for Jared Compton, who gets in to score. And that's where the Buffs were up 16-0 at that point. Then we showed you those 2 touchdown throws for UTPB as they were able to come back and then cut the lead to 16-14.
And it's kind of like you look at it 2 different ways, glass half full or glass half empty. It's great that the Buffs have Gage Urias and that he's being so accurate this year as the field goal kicker.
Right.
But Hunter Hughes doesn't want to use Gage. He wants touchdowns.
And that's exactly what he said going into the locker room. And we should, basically what he's saying, we should have at least 2 more touchdowns and have a much bigger lead here at the half, but we settled for field goals, and so that's why we're struggling here a little bit, and they're making a comeback. One of the things that we can talk about, red zone scoring chances, the Buffs are 3 for 3 today, and UTPB is 1 for 1, but the things that kind of glare at this one a little bit, time of possession, the Buffs lead it 15:43 to 14:17, but again, it's been UTPB throwing the ball, so they're not using a lot of time in this one, and the Buffs, again, trying to establish the run, they've been using more of the clock, and they just have barely a minute more in that first half as far as possession is concerned.
Both teams struggling on third downs. We talked about that in pregame. The Falcons are just 2 of 9. The Buffs, they're struggling as well, just 3 of 11 on those third down conversions. Individually, we talked about Gerber running the football. Receiving, Noah Bogardus has had a great first half. He's been targeted 8 times, 5 catches for 83 yards, including a long reception of 27 yards. For the Buffs defensively, Chris Thomas leads the way with 6 tackles. They're missing and going to most likely will not have, obviously, J.T. Cavender or Preston Staszewski for the second half. Those 2 combined for 8 tackles in the first half. On the other side for UT Permian Basin, mentioned the running game being more effective than what they were used to. Bryce, they came into this game not only averaging 49 yards as a team on the ground. Corey Harris, 6 carries, 39 yards. On the ground and averaging 6.5 every time he rushes the ball. So that's much better.
I think they found something a little bit in the run game, and so they've been able to kind of mix that in a little more than they probably anticipated that they would. And so in doing so, they've been able to kind of use that to offset WT's defense, to keep them honest from not kind of dropping back and putting pressure on the secondary to try to come up and guard those receivers who are kind of showing that they've got some good speed and they can get to the outside.
On the passing attack, Dylan Graham, 17 completions, 26 attempts, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 177 yards passing. His long, the 47-yard strike that he had to MJ Link, who is the leading receiver at halftime, 6 catches, 79 yards, and a couple of touchdowns. Corey Harris out of the backfield has 4 catches. And you look at this passing game, one stat that really stands out. They showed the highlight of Chris Thomas making the sack. That's the only sack that WT has through the first 2 quarters. Now, I say that because last week the Falcons allowed 2 sacks on the road against Western Oregon, but you go back 2 weeks ago against Angelo State, they allowed 10 sacks.
Yeah, so they've been working with the offensive line on shoring up some things a little bit, little better protection. And really, from our standpoint, watching this first half, other than that sack, there really hasn't been a ton of pressure on Graham today. And so he's been able to really kind of look for his first and second progressions, sometimes his third progression in the pass patterns, and he's been able to make those connections.
Leading tacklers for the Falcons at halftime, Jalen Rockmore with 6 tackles, Justin Campbell with 5, and Hayden Kelly with 4 tackles.
So that kind of looks at the stats of the first half. Again, 16-14 our score here. WT with the lead. And we should be excited about it here at the half, but we kind of feel like that momentum has shifted. And that's the thing with UTPB. We've got to come out and get ready to go here in the second half.
Yeah, Coach Hughes most likely talking to his team in the locker room and saying, look, we're going to get the football to start. Let's get the start that we want here in this third quarter. Drive the ball down the field and pick up some first downs, just gain some momentum, and really get this crowd going again. You mentioned it several times tonight, Bryce, but a great homecoming crowd. They're ready to get up on their feet and make some noise. They just want some touchdowns to cheer for.
Yeah, they got to get some big plays. They want to get into this one. They're ready to roar. And so, again, WT's got to come out and get ready to go.
All right, we'll step aside, take a timeout, and when we come back, we'll get ready for second half action. Halftime, the Buffaloes lead at 16-14 over UT Permian Basin. You're watching Buffalo football here on the LSC Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
Suddenlink is now Optimum, with award-winning internet, TV, and mobile, giving you the power to get closer and go farther with speed and reliability. With our new 100% fiber internet we're building, together with Optimum Mobile, voted #1 in customer satisfaction, you'll get the complete connectivity you deserve. And when you combine Optimum's award-winning connectivity with our 24/7 customer service, your future is only a connection away.
We live where wide open roads lead to wide open spaces, where life is lived a different kind of way. We believe that generosity should always be given, but loyalty can only be earned. Community is sacred. Integrity is learned. We believe in going the extra mile, whether it's time to work or it's time to play. But most important, we believe in doing the right thing.
Welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. The Buffaloes with the 16-14 lead here at the half for homecoming, and you see some of the crowd that's out there. They have kind of really filled Bain Schaefer here this evening. As a good crowd on hand for this one so far. We'll see what the Buffs do to come out here to start the second half.
All right, Bryce, let's look at the LSC scoreboard here at halftime and take you around the country, check in on these other games being played. It is a final from earlier today in Monmouth, Oregon. MacArthur Field, Angelo State, #3 team in the country, makes the trip up to Oregon and easily defeats Western Oregon by the final of 30-7. So Angelo State looking every bit of that #3 ranking. The Buffs had a chance last week in San Angelo, actually led at halftime.
Yeah, they did.
But the Rams, pretty tough team.
Came out and scored 14 right away to start that. Again, coming out for the third quarter, you make those adjustments. The Rams were able to get 14 on the scoreboard and just kind of reverse everything.
All right, we always like to get a plug in for Silver City, New Mexico,
Yeah.
Ben Altamirano Field. Well, it's at halftime, and your surprise score of the first half around the LSC, Western New Mexico, the Mustangs, lead Midwestern State 10-7. Still a lot of time left in the second quarter, 11:33 to play, but that's a team with Philip Vijo that is getting better and
They
better.
really are.
And it's a tough trip. You make it all the way across the state of New Mexico, and you go play in Silver City in western New Mexico, turning some heads right now with that score.
Yeah, and again, you're right. I think they have really improved. He went out, tried to get some players, try to get some different sets for them to run. And so I think they really have had a nice kind of revival there in Silver City. And so you're seeing that. May not come away with a win, but they've been playing everybody tough when they're at home.
New team to the Lone Star Conference this season, Central Washington. They're on the road in Portales tonight, taking on Eastern New Mexico. All Central Washington right now, as they've just started the third quarter, it's 28-10. Central Washington leads over Eastern New Mexico. And then no score yet between Texas A&M Kingsville and Simon Fraser.
No score as of yet.
That game scheduled to be played from Blaine, Washington.
So they haven't got underway, is what you're saying
Exactly.
yet so far. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, it was scheduled for 6 o'clock. Okay, it's 6 o'clock Pacific time. So,
so they're just getting that. Well, they should be underway, I would think, right now. Should be about 7 o'clock Pacific time.
you never know with Simon Fraser,
Well,
though,
that's
Bryce.
true, because Simon Fraser's in Canada, but they're playing all their games in the state of Washington, so it makes it interesting.
Like that geography lesson there, which you get here this season in the Lone Star Conference.
You do.
Lucas Kinsey with Bryce Sheets. Glad to have you joining us. A fun night tonight, homecoming for West Texas A&M. Again, it's been a full day. Bryce, I was joking with you earlier in the day saying you're going to have to get an IV to be ready to go for tonight because you've done 2 soccer matches already today.
Yeah.
And
You did volleyball.
I got a volleyball match in. Lady Buffs won that one. The Lady Buffs soccer team won as well, and then it was a draw out on the pitch for West Texas A&M men's team. Take a little time here to talk about the soccer programs because you've been able to see them this year, both Chad Webb and Butch Lawfer's
I
teams.
tell you what, Chad Webb's team is fun to watch, and again, I really like the way they are progressing. He's not as happy because he feels like tonight or today they won 3-2. They may be going through the motions. Maybe it's homecoming. Maybe it's everything along that line. But he still feels there's a lot that he can pull out of this team. And they're a good-looking team, ranked number 10 in the country. They are 8-1-1 right now. And so, again, they will be at home on a Wednesday night. Good opportunity to come out as they will take on Angelo State. So that'll be a good match. And then the men are be on the road. They battled to that 1-1 draw you talked about today against Lubbock Christian. Just very physical. Both teams really going after it quite a bit. Just some good skill out there for both teams. They'll be on the road on Wednesday as they will travel over to UT Tyler to take on the Patriots over there.
Again, the Falcons will kick off. Buffs will receive this kickoff to start the second half. You know, one of the players that we haven't seen tonight is Heston Marshall, usually the return man. He was injured a couple of weeks ago for the Buffaloes, and so they don't have his services, but you just need that play here in this third quarter, hopefully early in the third quarter, to get WT going, to get this crowd energized as they're playing Thunderstruck. That's helping a little bit.
Yeah, usually this is in the fourth quarter, so they brought it back here for the third quarter to kind of get the crowd into it a little bit. And so that's the thing. You don't want this big crowd sitting on their hands. You really want to get them up and moving here at Bain Schaefer Stadium and get them involved in what's going on. And so a good return would help kickstart this third quarter.
If you're the Falcons defensively, you're saying, hey, let's keep doing what we did in that second quarter.
Absolutely.
Kind of putting pressure on the Buffs, stopping the run game for the most part. The only thing that the Falcons would like to have is maybe forcing some more turnovers in this second half. Back to receive this kickoff will be Jared Compton on one side. And on the other side, Tyler Sweet. Second half underway here from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium. It's going to be Sweet that fields it on the run from the 15-yard line, reverses field, a huge hole up the middle, makes the kicker miss, and is just tripped up from behind. Perhaps a touchdown-saving tackle there from behind by Christian Martinez.
I think that was a touchdown-saving tackle because it looked like a lot of green. You watch the replay here, and again, everybody shifted over to the right, so he saw a big opening in the middle and just went that way, and then you're right. He comes up and able to make a slide tackle. Christian Martinez able to prevent that from being returned to the house.
Anytime there's that much room right down the middle of the field, that's a special teams coach nightmare. So the Buffs, great field position, starting from their own 42-yard line, and they're going to go for it on first down. Bogardus catches it. He's going to be taken down at the 10-yard line, inside the 10, fumbled at the end. The Falcons are bringing this back. They're not blowing the play dead. It looked like Bogardus was down.
Wow, this is where you want the replay, because it did look like he was down. He threw a beanbag down, so he's saying that it was a fumble.
Wow. The only thing, Bryce, is if he maybe fell on top of a Falcon
watch
defender.
The replay. Let's
it's a
see
great
right
catch.
Here. Great catch. Takes on the defender right there. And then, so he...
Is that left knee not down?
That's what it looked like. He was down on the field of play. There's not a replay, unfortunately, in Division II, because if there were, then you know that Hunter Hughes would be throwing the flag out there asking for the replay.
What a crazy start. First play, Buffs long pass to Noah Bogardus, but then he fumbles at the end of that play. Falcons get the ball, and that's going to be a completed pass on the outside. Great catch by MJ Link. That ball was thrown off the mark, but he was able to scoop it in for about a 6-yard catch.
Well, again, good return for the Buffaloes. Good first pass play, and then, unfortunately, they didn't mark him down on the pass completion.
Second down. They go with the run over the left side. A decent push there from that Falcon offensive line. This may be a first down. It should be from where they're marking it.
Yeah, where the far side official marked it. The near side official marked it up not quite as far, but that looks like that's going to be a first down.
Yeah, the carry was to number 48, Antonio Malone. He's got enough to move the sticks. And going back to the Bogardus play, that's one where we get trained at watching Division I or watching NFL certainly to go, well, that's going to be reviewed.
Yeah, but
in
they
Division
don't do
II,
it here. Yeah, no, they don't.
It's not reviewed. MJ Link makes the catch and then is hit hard. Dylan Mata with the tackle, wrapping up MJ for a loss back to the 29-yard line.
Well, again, that's the first time they've corralled that wide receiver. Again, you see in the replay here, and Dylan just had a nice beat on him, able to take him down. That's going to be for a loss of 5 yards.
So the Falcons go in the wrong direction after they did force a turnover on the opening play of the third quarter for the Buffaloes offense. Graham back to throw, steps into this one. Catch made by Link. He's got a first down out near midfield.
And it almost looks like the Buffs are playing a zone defensively, and all the receivers are doing are running to an open spot in the zone, and so you have really no man-to-man coverage. They're just playing in an area, and so again, Graham taking advantage.
Over the right side, hard hitting. Leo Covington comes up and tattoos the running back after a good 3-yard pickup. Again for number 48, Antonio Malone, freshman out of Lubbock.
Antonio had the touchdown pass. Again, they kind of stretched that out for their second score of the ball game. He was able to find Link in the back of the end zone.
Not a big runner, 5'8", 180 pounds. Throw on the outside. Another catch for Link. And this is just for Jordan, or Dylan Graham, excuse me, and MJ Link. I mean, this looks like practice.
It looks like a clinic. It really does. I mean, they are just picking apart the secondary for the Buffaloes. And so, again, that's where you'd like to see maybe that nickel package or the dime package out there to kind of force them to run the ball.
MJ Link, 11 catches tonight. This run over the right side going nowhere. Chris Thomas comes up along with Covington to make the stop right at the sticks. Is he short by a half yard?
Well, it looked like he was short. That far side official looks like he wants to give it to him. They need to get to the 40, and they're just short.
And they did not, so it's fourth down and inches. Expecting Coach Kerrigan to go for it here. The short yardage run, though, is not their strength. And they're going to bring in a new running back, Caden Cox, number 25.
They also bring in a tight end.
Big play here, fourth and short. Cox over the left side, first down. He got to the 39. They got that push that they wanted up front.
You know, they overloaded the near side, so it made it look like they're going to run to this side of the field. Instead, they run to the opposite side. and he only needed half a yard to get the first.
We'd like to recognize Mickey's Place as a proud sponsor of WT Athletics. Located on the square in Canyon, Mickey's Place provides a modern twist on traditional Italian cuisine along with non-Italian favorites. Graham to throw across the middle, another wide open receiver, and that's going to be another first down near the 25-yard line. Catch made by number 13, Gunnar Absek.
There's a flag on the play, so we'll see what this one is.
Sideline warning, WT. That is the first of the game.
Hunter Hughes is going to say step for step with that line judge. Talk to him about that flag.
So it's a first down for the Falcons. Graham will throw again. Dumps it off to his running back. Cox picks up 2 good blocks and then is taken down at the 21-yard line. They really utilize their running backs in the passing game very well.
Well, they do, because their running game hasn't been really where they needed to be. So what do? You bring them out of the backfield and just drop off a pass and allow them to see what they can do with their legs.
Second down and short. Call it 2nd and 4. Graham looks right. Going for his target, Absek, but great coverage as they had Ty Dillon.
You know, one thing with Dylan Graham is he has a quick release, and so again, when he gets set, he sets his feet quickly and then has a quick release to get rid of it, so that doesn't allow really a lot of pressure to come as he's dropping back to pass.
Freddie Simmons, the other defensive back in, he's at the safety position. Remember, Stazuski's out with the injury. Catch made, wide open again was Absek, and he's got another first down. He's going to be taken down right at the 10-yard line.
The Buffs are playing so far back defensively right now. Again, you just have to go 5, 6, 7 yards, turn around and show them your numbers.
That's the game plan, and you tell your offensive line, look, protect for about 3 seconds. Graham will get rid of it.
Yeah, and no, he's got a quick release, and so they are just playing so soft defensively, playing back, and they're trying to keep everything in front of them.
So he did get to the 10-yard line, make it 1st and goal for the Falcons. Trying to take the lead for the first time tonight. Graham being pursued from behind and hit. That pass incomplete. Good pressure from that backside. The Buffs brought Leo Covington. Actually, it was number 47, excuse me. That was Sam Hampton.
Hampton came around. He just kind of looped around again on the blind side. The quarterback, as he was releasing, got hit. Threw that pass long way to the back of the end zone.
Graham saying, I thought we said 3 seconds. You got to protect, fellas.
Yeah.
That was one and a half.
That was, wasn't quite what I needed that time.
Cox, the running back. They fake it to him. Graham, good protection. Throws to the back of the end zone and incomplete. MJ Link, and really good coverage from Ty Dillon.
No, that time that was a good defensive secondary coverage. He had nowhere to go. His only play was to throw it away. And so that brings up 3rd down and 10. So they're going to shift out, go from the bigger wide receivers to the smaller receivers. Use a little speed on the back end.
Well, and if I'm the Buffs, I am shading over toward MJ Link's side. You got to make somebody else beat you here.
Yeah.
Crowd making noise here. They bring Link in motion. Pressure coming, and the quarterback is taken down. Chris Thomas came free. They had an extra defender that no one could pick up there, and the Buffs force a field goal situation.
Again, timely tackle there. You watch on the replay. Here comes Chris Thomas. Boom. And again, he just had a free run at the quarterback. Nobody picked him up. He was playing as an outside backer and came up and just put the pressure on the quarterback.
Spot the ball at the 17-yard line. So it's a 33-yard try here for Carson Roberts. 3 for 5 this season on field goals for the Falcons. They get the hold down, and the field goal is good. So UT Permian Basin drives down the field, scores, and they take a 1-point lead, 17-16. Falcons lead over the Buffaloes with 9:22 to play in the 3rd quarter. We'll take the timeout, come back with more football from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium right after this.
Welcome to MetaDrive Pharmacy, Canyon's hometown pharmacy for over 32 years. We greet you by name, and our pharmacists take the time to counsel you and answer all your questions. Our Health Mart Pharmacy specializes in serving our community with fast, friendly, professional service and the highest quality medicines and health products. We accept most insurance plans, including Medicaid and Medicare, and we offer free in-town delivery to your home or business. Come visit us for all your healthcare needs.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium, where the Buffaloes able to make a stop on third down and force a field goal try, but nevertheless, the UT Permian Basin Falcons able to connect on a 34-yard attempt. They take the lead 17-16. They complete a 16-play drive that covers 60 yards, and really good mix of run and pass on that particular set for UTPB. Again, they have 290 yards compared to the Buffs' 277. So the Buffaloes, again, we want to see what they've got. They came out really well.
Yeah, they did. First play, Begardis.
But it looked like Begardis was down, and they had him down, and they allowed the fumble to occur, and that's where UTPB was able to take over, march it down for that field goal.
So the Buffs send the return team out, and again, got to get this offense clicking. A lot of game left, and it's been a tight one here. After WT went up 16-0, it's been 17 unanswered points by these Falcons. Kind of a high short kick that Shaquille Brown makes a fair catch for inside the 25-yard line. Looking at these updated stats now, Bryce, talking about MJ Link, 10 catches, 105 yards, a couple of touchdowns. The quarterback, Dylan Graham, getting in rhythm, as we mentioned, 24 of 36 for 232, a touchdown and an interception. So now the Falcons are at 290 total yards of offense.
Yeah, they've really found that rhythm as far as the passing game is concerned. Again, if a team forces them to run, that's where they have issues, but they have been picking apart the secondary for WT.
Here's a run to Compton over the right side. Initially a pretty good hole. It was closed up after he was taken down at the 29-yard line. They needed to blow the whistle.
That was individual. I mean, he kept it going and got it up. They mark it to the 29. They first had him stopped at the 28. And you thought they were going to blow the whistle there, and they didn't.
Receivers shift from the right over to the left side. Gerber wants to throw. Steps into it. Begardis open, kind of juggled it, but was able to hold on. And where they spot him, he's 1 yard short of a first down.
Well, the line judge was inside the 35, but Noah was at the 35. And so that's where they're going to mark it. You're right, exactly 1 yard short to bring in a double tight end set for the Buffs.
We're talking about MJ Link and what he's doing. Begardis, a great game as well. His 8th catch on the night, 10 targets, as Gerber's been looking to his receiver, Begardis. Compton runs up the middle, tough run, picks up the first down. He took on the defender, and Compton won that battle.
Yeah, triple tight end. They brought in all 3 tight ends on the left side that time, and that's where he was able to run to pick up the first down.
That was Jared's 9th carry this evening, 9 carries for 26 yards. He'll get a breather as Isaiah Smallwood's in at running back. They fake it, and Gerber keeps it. Tough run over the left side.
He wants to keep him off balance. That's why he's taking off on these design quarterback runs. Again, he fakes it over to Smallwood, who goes out. He put him in motion. He went to the outside. And then he just goes to counter the other way and is able to pick up 6 on the carry.
This will be a handoff over the left side. Good blocking. Smallwood is able to pick up yardage across midfield into Falcon territory. One of the better runs the Buffs have had in quite some time.
When you overload and you come to the near side that time, got some good blocking upfield. That's what really had it set up for the Buffs.
I like how Smallwood finishes the runs too, puts those shoulder pads down. Another fake. Gerber throws on the run. Begardis, great catch, made the defender miss. Wow. That was a reverse spin move there.
Yeah, again, he felt the pressure. That's what you want with your receivers. They feel that pressure coming from behind. That time he reversed, kind of spun away. You just watch on the replay here as Noah pulls this up and then spins back to the inside, picks up an additional 10 yards.
1st and 10 Buffs. Gerber running. That didn't work that time.
Yeah, he wanted to reverse and go up against the grain, but he should have just kept going to the outside. If he was going to keep it, he had more running room to the outside that time.
Well, the Falcons players slow to get up, and so they'll have to stop play and come check on the injured player. One of the defensive linemen is down. The Buffs on the move right now. After that play, it'll be 2nd down and 10. The clock stops with 6:49 to play here in the third quarter. UT Permian Basin leading by 1 point. Let's step aside, take a quick timeout. We'll come back with more here from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium right after these messages.
We live where wide open roads lead to wide open spaces, where life is lived a different kind of way. We believe that generosity should always be given, but loyalty can only be earned. Community is sacred. Integrity is learned. We believe in going the extra mile, whether it's time to work or it's time to play. But most important, we believe in doing the right thing, always.
Welcome back to Bain Schaefer. Buffalo's on a nice drive here with 6:45 left to play in the third.
Injured player was okay for the Falcons. Good sign there. They run the clock now as the Buffs looking to throw. Pass on the outside, incomplete. We're looking for Shaquille Brown. Shaq does not have a catch tonight, and I wish that was different, but Falcons may be covering him pretty tight when he's in there.
Well, the thing is, that was an out pattern, too, that time. He went to the outside, had his body turned back toward his quarterback, and really it's one of those where you like to see Shaq Brown go up and go to the inside and let him maneuver there.
So the drive stalling. Here's a key 3rd down for the Buffaloes. Tonight, 4 of 12, on 3rd downs. Gerber being pressured, gets outside the pocket.
There's a late flag. That's going to be holding.
It is, and I'm surprised it wasn't thrown earlier. The Buffs are going to question this call, but we both saw it, Bryce.
Yeah. Again, trying to get to the outside, and so that time as he peeled away, they're going to call offensive holding on the Buffaloes, and so they'll bring that one back. In fact, let's see if they do take the penalty.
On the offense, number 66, 10-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
Okay. Yeah, I think they want to back him up because they feel like where the ball stands right there, if you decline it, it's going to be an easy field goal most likely there for Urias. So instead it's 3rd and where they spot the football.
Well, I was going to say, I thought he was getting ready to mark it off from the spot where he took it.
Okay.
They really didn't scientifically mark that off 10 yards. And so it's usually where the hold occurs. And so they kind of guesstimated on that one.
3rd and 20 from the 34-yard line. See if the Buffs try a screen. Those screen passes have not been successful so far in this game tonight against the Falcons. 3 receivers split out to the far side. Smallwood, the running back, they're just going to run it with Isaiah up the middle and nearly was able to break free. Good open field tackle. That time it was one-on-one, and give credit to number 22, Caleb Pearson, the linebacker, making that stop. 4th down and about 14.
So that'll bring Gage on to try a field goal from the 35. This will be a 45-yard attempt.
Again, he's kicked a 49-yarder tonight, so well within his range. Kick is up, and it's good. Another good field goal there for Gage Urias, his 4th tonight for the Buffaloes. And that gives West Texas A&M a 2-point lead. The two teams going back and forth here in the second half. 19-17, West Texas A&M leads. We'll step aside, come right back with more action from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium after this timeout.
West is the comprehensive fundraising campaign designed to fuel WT 125 from the Panhandle to the world. We will strengthen WT's impact for the Panhandle region and beyond through a historic, comprehensive campaign, raising $125 million by 2025. The campaign's 3 priorities: people, programs, and places. Now is the time to make a difference for current and future generations. 1.
Well, the Buffaloes answer on a 10-play, 47-yard drive. They cap it off with a Gage Urias 45-yard field goal and regain the lead with 5:25 left to play here in the third quarter. Buffs lead it now 19-17. And this is one where what you would like to see defensively happen for the Buffaloes is they come out and throw some little wrinkles in the secondary that causes Dylan Graham to kind of double look a little bit before he throws a pass, because so far he's been picking apart the secondary for the Buffs and been able to move UTPB up the field 238 yards passing so far for Dylan Graham.
Crowd getting into it with your favorite
dance cam.
The dance cam, Bryce.
They never show us up here dancing away.
You keep requesting that old school John Travolta Staying Alive.
I tell you.
They won't play it.
Make your head spin.
All right, here is the return. It'll go over the head of the Falcons kick return man. And there's a penalty back all the way on the other side of the field where the kickoff was from with the Buffs offsides.
That's where you would think that penalty would come from. Let's see what the officials, as they talk this one over. There also was a takedown at the 25-yard line.
As in a wrestling takedown?
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of a interesting kind of grapple.
Offside on the kicking team, number 47. 5-yard penalty added to the end of the run. First down.
So that moves the football up to the 30-yard line for UT Permian Basin.
That's where somebody's just a little anxious and they get ahead of the kicker when they come up to boot that away. Let's see what WT can do to throw a little wrinkle in here defensively to kind of change up what Dylan Graham's doing.
On first down, it's a carry to Malone. And he's going to gain just a couple of yards. Good job defensively up front by the Buffaloes. Haven't mentioned his name yet tonight, Bryce. Got to get in Antonio Iwuagwu.
Goo. That's all I ever say is goo.
Yeah.
Because you've kind of got it under control.
Okay.
With Antonio's last name.
Graham, good protection. Throws across the middle, another open receiver, and that's going to be a first down for the Falcons. That time into the hands of number 16, Ethan Leyva. And again, that's exactly where they're going, Bryce, in the middle. They're just curling up in the zones.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, again, you'd like to see them change the secondary up a little bit just to prevent those easy pitch and catches.
Back on the ground, Malone. Ooh, stuck hard at the end of that play. Comes up kind of shaking his head.
So it's one of those where he was tripped up as he's falling. Then a second defender comes up and they make connections with the helmets.
Good tough runner there, number 48. Again, just a freshman.
Buff's still shuffling people as they're ready to go.
Yep, Graham works quickly across the middle. What a great catch. In traffic with a cornerback draped all over him. Give the catch good to number 9, Tim Wiggins.
But again, another first down as they just continue to move the chains, just picking apart the open areas on the field.
Just got a stat in from Brent Seals, WT Athletics Communication, as Malone takes this carry up to the 35-yard line. The 4 field goals from Urias tonight, that is the most in the Hunter Hughes era in one game.
I believe that, too. I believe that's an accurate statistic. Again, with Gage, you've got the you can depend on him to really put it through.
Another play that just goes nowhere. It looks like the Falcons have tried to get in a hurry, but it's almost gone against their favor.
And they're trying to establish a bit of a run, but the Buffs, they've been able to respond to the run. They're not really getting anything there. It's when they go to these pass patterns, that's what's tearing apart WT.
3rd down and 7 for the Falcons. Buffs looking like they're going to bring some pressure with both Kobe King and Braylon Sugg, the other outside linebacker. See if they bring it. They are. They're bringing the house. Graham has to get rid of it. MJ Link, perfect route, perfect pass, catch, first down Falcons. He has been hard to cover tonight.
He is an incredible receiver. He really is. And again, he makes it easy for Dylan Graham on the pitch and catch.
Last year against the Buffs, 8 catches, 140 yards, and a couple touchdowns. Here's a run up the middle, and Malone is able to gain yardage to the 11-yard line. Buffs defense looks tired here on this drive.
And I'll tell you what, it goes back to the JT Cavender. We'll talk about it in a minute. Injury.
Handoff again to Malone. Hit initially, keeps his legs going forward, and he is very close to a first down, maybe just a yard short.
Ever since the injury to JT Cavender, you've kind of missed that spark, that little something to get the offense going, and so nobody's picked it up. And so you just notice a kind of a whole shift in attitude for the Buffs.
So here's a third down play, and the Falcons again bring those extra tight ends on the field. 2 tight ends to the left. The running back is number 25, Cox. He gets the carry, runs hard, hit at the line of scrimmage. There's a penalty marker over on the UTPB sideline.
Depends on where they spot it, because it was really close to the first down marker.
And also depends on what that penalty marker
Which is offsides against the Buffs defense. So regardless, they're going to get the first down as they'll move the change penalty.
Critical mistake there, because it was a good push defensively from that front line there for West Texas A&M. But as you said, doesn't matter. It's 1st and goal now for the Falcons. Score 19-17. Buffalo's leading by 2. They've kicked 4 field goals, 1 touchdown tonight. Cox running hard to the right, cuts in, runs over actually his own man who was blocking, and picks up yardage to the 6-yard line. Cox is not very big, but he runs hard.
Yeah, he really does. Kind of like a tank. He's really coming at you hard, and again, he just wants to lower his shoulder and run over somebody.
I say he's not very big. He's not very tall. 5'9", but he's 200 pounds.
Yeah, and again, just solid. And again, he's low to the ground, so he's going to come and try to run over somebody.
2nd and goal from the 6.
Double tight end on the left side.
Kobe King comes up on the outside. They fake it over the top. Wide open tight end. Touchdown. UT Permian Basin. They fooled everybody. And for the Falcons, give the touchdown to number 86, Jeremiah Vinson. Oh, and we got a late penalty marker that is thrown in the end zone. Let's see what this is.
Touchdown's good and sportsmanlike on UTPB.
Was it just excessive celebration?
My guess is that's probably what it is.
I didn't see the electric slide or anything down there, but
I didn't either. But again, a nice pass completion.
So a touchdown for the Falcons. They have the lead 23-19. They'll try to make it 24 with the extra point attempt coming for Carson Roberts. The kick is good. So the Falcons go on a nice drive, and they have the lead with 1:39 to play here in the 3rd quarter. UT Permian Basin 24, West Texas A&M 19. We got ourselves a game. It's homecoming at West Texas A&M, and we're back with more football on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10 right after this.
Our 2 contestants.
This is a walk-on athlete. They train longer and put their heart into the game. This is the passion we're built on. It's why we put our heart into creating game day with a taste of Louisiana. Walk-ons.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium, where it's homecoming, and of course a good crowd on hand for this one tonight, as the UTPB Falcons get a 6-yard pass completion from Dylan Graham to Jeremiah Vinson. Extra point is good, and they lead this one 24-19 as we go back and forth. But what Hunter Hughes will say is we can't kick field goals, and when they have 4 here in the ballgame so far, we have got to been able to make touchdowns. And so that's the thing that he is going to see what his offense can do as they come out with 1:39 left to play here in the 3rd quarter.
Bryce, we looked at some of the scores around the Lone Star Conference, and they have started in that Simon Fraser Texas A&M Kingsville game. The score at halftime, the Javelinas, they're up 35-0 over Simon Fraser.
You know, the one thing we talked about is they'll mark off that unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, so they'll kick off for the 20-yard line. I think the officials forgot, and Hunter went out and reminded them that they still have to mark off that penalty. But the thing about, you know, when we talked about WT's schedule this year, of course, playing Angela, that was tough. They had the tough loss to Kingsville. And then, of course, they have this. They knew this would be an emotional homecoming game against UTPB. And then, of course, Midwestern is what we have next. And so really the hard part of the schedule for the Buffs is right now.
All right, the kickoff, high and short. Shaquille Brown will field it from the 38-yard line, and he's taken down immediately right there. Good special teams coverage. Tackle made by number 24, Christian Martinez.
Jared Compton was coming up. He wanted to take over, and Shaquille took that one in on a high kick. Usually when you have a kick that high, you allow the guys that are deep to come up and make it and try to set up a block for them.
And Bryce, a lot of time in this ball game left, but I'm going to say it right now. This is maybe the most important drive of the game.
Yeah.
The momentum is with UT Permian Basin.
Absolutely.
Buffs need a drive here.
Yeah, they do. They've got to connect, and they've got to really get in the end zone. They don't want to settle for another field goal.
Gerber will throw it on first down across the middle, and he throws it too high, intended for Bogardus, as the safety was coming up to make a good play on the ball. That was Lane Horak.
And Horak came up and got there at the same time the ball did, and so, again, able to tip it away. That was kind of just lobbed up there by Nick Gerber. Really needed a little bit crisper pass to get over to his wide receiver.
Compton back in at running back here as Gerber will come up to the line, signal maybe a play change to the offensive line. Looking to throw. He's going to run now. Nobody open. Gerber breaks free, gets across midfield. He's got a first down. And that's just all Nick Gerber right there.
I think he reads something defensively when they overstack it over on the far side. He sees something for a nice running lane, and he's going to take off. And that time he took off and picked up the first down.
Cramp there down on the field for number 97, Joseph Williams. And those hurt. I mean, he's holding that leg up instantly.
Get a hot night when this game started, 80 degrees. And so as we get into October, you expect it to be a little cooler. And so these guys are probably at this point in the game, going to cramp up. Get him over to the sideline, get some water, get some mustard or something like that into him. Actually, he's not even. Yeah, now I'm going to say you have to go out. Because
now, do you go with mustard or would you go with pickle juice?
Well, it's whatever your flavor is, and so
I'm going pickle juice all day.
Personally, I'm going to go with pickle juice as well.
Me too. Mustard's gross.
They got the mustard packets over there that they like to throw in there as well.
I want to thank Rayburn Rentals. They have proudly served the Amarillo area for over 30 years. WT Athletics would like to recognize Rayburn Rentals for their continued support of our athletes. Looks like the referee is getting
his mic attended to. That's
some
the
help.
difference. Hey, Carpet Will of Canyon is your local stop for carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and tile flooring. Proudly supporting WTAMU. Go see Carpet Will of Canyon. It's the only store for your floor.
Nearing a minute to play here in the third quarter. Compton takes the run over the left side. Decent gain to about the 44-yard line before he's taken down.
You come back, a couple of miscues have hurt the Buffaloes, and the two fumbles in this one have really kind of stalled drives, if nothing else, tonight. Changing it again, he sees something.
So Compton moves to the left side, and it'll be a run. Jared up the middle after yardage across the 40 to the 39-yard line. Going to set up a very manageable 3rd down and 2 here for West Texas A&M.
The run game has been there tonight for the Buffaloes, and again, over 164 yards on the ground.
11 carries for Gerber, now 12 carries for Jared Compton on 3rd and short. Gerber going to escape the pocket and slip, but keep his footing, running for his life. Will throw it across his body, and it was nearly picked off. Fortunately for the Buffs, it goes through the hands of the defender down there, number 14 for the Falcons, Darian Forge.
That's the end of the third quarter.
Wow.
What a way to end the third quarter. We get ready for the fourth quarter. Now decision time. Do you punt it away or do you try to go for it? We'll take a timeout. We'll do so. The Buffs trail 24-19. We're back after this on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
And get helped, get fitted, and get your questions answered and find out about our price matching online today.
Well, the lights have dimmed here at Bain Schaefer Stadium as everybody gets ready to jump around just a little bit. Buffs trailing 24-19. Decision time. Do they go for it here on 4th down and about 2, or do they punt this one away?
And Bryce, you're looking down there at the sidelines. The Falcons sideline, they're loving it. They're jumping around.
Yeah, they love it.
Enjoying this one. This is a big, big play coming up. As I was looking out during the timeout, the offense was huddled up, but also the punt team was right behind. And so they were ready either way, decision that was going to be made.
I really think, as you said, this drive was important at the 139 mark, and I think the Buffs really have to go for it. You've got to trust your offense to be able to pick up 2 yards on this 4th and 2.
Compton's in the backfield with Gerber. See if Nick calls his own number. He's going to roll to the right. Throwing on the run, catch made, first down. Good job.
Yeah, pulls that one in. Again, go to a soft spot, look up, show your number, and then just present for your quarterback to complete the pass.
That was the senior transfer, Tyler Sweet, making the grab there, and the Buffs first down. They'll go with Compton to the right side. Good blocking, Jared, with Zane Madison out in front, ushering him down the sideline for another first down.
They got so near the sideline, they didn't know. Jared didn't know whether should I cut back to the inside or stay with Zane on this one. So nice first down run for Jared Compton.
Out of the gun, Gerber fakes it. Throw to the end zone and out of the back.
Oh, he just overshot it that time. He had exactly what he wanted. He had a nice sweet move to get around the defender and get to the corner of the end zone. And that time just too much oomph for Nick on the pass.
Again, a 5-point game here. The Falcons up 24-19. Buffs getting closer to that end zone, though. Brian Okoye in at running back for the Buffaloes. And he'll take the carry. Big hole opens up for Okoye. Makes one cut, and then he's stopped right at the 15-yard line.
Again, he had an open lane, and it looked like he needed to go back to the inside. Instead, he tried to go to the outside, and that's where the lone defender that was there was able to gum up that run play and take him down after a nice gain, but still looked like there was more room to the inside.
Okoye's 7th carry tonight. It sets up a 3rd down and a long 4 here. They're calling it 3rd and 5. Okoye stays in at running back. Sets to the left. Shaquille Brown, the slot receiver. Gerber in trouble. Going to throw it up for Shaq Brown, and it's a one-handed interception. A flag is thrown, though. This could be coming back. The Falcons are going to return it. They're going to keep running here.
And no official is going with them as well.
No, it's number 1. And Jaquez Tyler there.
A lot of contact. There's 2 flags down the end zone. That was pass interference, and so that's what they're going to call. And so
still a great one-handed grab.
It was nice. It looked good. And when you go through your banquet at the end of the season, I'd put it on the highlight reel, even though it doesn't count.
Yeah.
But still, nevertheless, it's pass interference.
Pass interference on the defense, number 1. Spot foul, automatic first down.
Okay, so the Buffaloes get the penalty there against UT Permian Basin. Here's the replay. We'll see the pushing and grabbing.
And again, as he rolls out, he just kind of lobs it, and then it's pushed right there, trying to get it in the corner of the end zone.
And really, he was making a good break on the ball. If he can keep that off arm off of the receiver, may have been clean, but it was definitely the right call there. The Buffs in business, 1st and goal.
So the Buffs need to get into the end zone. As we said, this was an important drive, and they need to keep it going as they bring in a tight end on the right side.
Maxwell Perez, Jeremy Carnbay, Shaquille Brown.
A lot of shuttling of players here. They loaded up on the right side.
Okoye's the running back. Snap back to Gerber. Nick to the right side. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Buffaloes. And that'll give WT the lead again.
Big Maxwell Perez follows his quarterback in the end zone, picks him up as the Buffs enjoy a nice drive that time and get into the end zone to regain the lead as we watch here. Again, just nice blocking all the way around for Nick Gerber as he gets in. The Buffs take the lead 25-24.
Capitalize off the penalty against the Falcons. And now they've got to go for 2 here to try to increase their lead to 3. And the whistles blow as the Falcons want to take a timeout. They know how important this conversion is. Let's keep it here with 13:28 to play in the ballgame. Buffs are going to come over and talk things over, see if they want to stay with the initial offensive play that they had dialed up on this 2-point conversion.
You know, a nice drive, 10-play, 60-yard drive for the Buffs. They get in the end zone. Nick Gerber on a 2-yard run. And so that gives them the lead, and you're right. This 2-point conversion is important, so it can put them up by 3. And so, again, nice rebound for the offense on a nice drive.
This has been a really good response for West Texas A&M as the Falcons took the lead 24-19, and it really had all the momentum. They just did. It was very flat, and the Buffaloes on this drive, they scored the touchdown. Now they try to get 2 more.
Got the student section involved in everything as they're across the way, standing as they do most of the time. So the Buffs now will see what they dial up for this 2-point conversion. They're going to move it over to the right hash, closer to the right hash.
That's what Russ Martin was coming out and was signaling something to the official. And
now they're saying, now they're going back to the left hash.
The officials are saying, you guys are being picky here. Pick a side. They will try this 2-point conversion. Watch out for Bagardis. He's in single coverage on the right side. Gerber will roll to that right side. Throw, and nobody was open, so he just had to throw it over the head of the receiver into the back of the end zone. So the score will stay at 25-24.
Buffs regain the lead. And now you need your defense to step up. This is a big time for your secondary, really, to kind of take control, get ready as they step up.
Looking at the statistics updated now, 2 teams just keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
381 total yards of offense for West Texas A&M, 365 for the Falcons. Falcons have that passing attack, 261 yards. Buffs with very even, 191 through the air, 190 on the ground. A surprise for the Falcons, though, tonight, Bryce, has been, 104 yards on the ground.
Absolutely, as they have been able to take advantage a little bit as they try to mix in the run and pass. And so they feel like they have something working. They've addressed something on that offensive line that's kind of opening up a couple of holes, and so they're trying to take advantage when they can. And again, being able to rush it for over 104 yards in this one tonight.
Mentioned that the field goals tonight from Gage Urias was a Hunter Hughes record. It also ties a West Texas A&M school record for field goals in a game for Gage Urias, with Sergio Castillo did it 2 times in his career, and Dennis Steinbach back in 1982.
Short kick.
Falcons are going to have good field position. They're going to start from their own 36-yard line. So it's a 1-point game. Hunter Hughes right now is going to say, look, we're going to put this on the back of our defense here.
Yeah, and so, again, do you make some adjustments, or are you going to continue to play zone defensively and allow them to kind of nitpick apart that secondary and move the ball up the field? That's where the questions come here as far as what you want to do. Do you want to play zone, or do you want to kind of go and just, mix it up a little bit?
Tight one here in the 4th quarter. Throw across the middle, wide open receiver on the slant, complete. Catch made on the inside by number 2, Marcus Molina. Gain of about 8 yards there.
Molina with good speed. You've got a linebacker on you. You're able to take advantage of that as he just goes on a little slash to the middle.
That was the 30th pass completion for the quarterback, Dylan Graham, tonight.
Now nobody's on him.
They go with a run, and the running back stopped just 1 yard short of the first down marker, Corey Harris. Taken down by the linebacker, Kobe King.
So a 3rd down and short, but close to midfield. You're at the 46-yard line. Take a linebacker off, go back to a 4-3.
Falcons taking their time. Play clock down to 15 seconds. They fake it to the running back. Throw on the outside. Catch made by M.J. Link. Into Buffalo territory. First down. That's a lot of confidence on the 3rd down and short play. Just play action, throw it out to Link.
Well, it is. And just before the snap, they move the running back from the left to the right side again. And so, to me, that's motion. And so, you know, when you have that movement, I think there could have been a penalty there. Nevertheless, again, you feel confident in your pass game tonight, and so you take advantage of that soft play on the outside.
Snap back to Graham. They'll stay on the ground. Run straight ahead with Harris. Oh, boy. 2 Falcon offensive linemen going at it with Antonio over on the far side. The Buff crowd doesn't like that.
Well, it was a big pancake block, 2 of them on 1. And so, again, you kind of ask the question, what was the need or the necessity for that as they go to the outside? And that play was to the opposite side. He ran to the left side that time.
Brings up 2nd down and 7. Harris still the running back. They fake it to him. Roll the quarterback Graham out to the left. Throw on the run. On the money. Catch made. First down Falcons.
He stepped out at the 30-yard line. And man, they got a phenomenal spot because he stepped out of bounds, and that's what Hunter Hughes is saying. He stepped out at the 30, and they let him keep going forward to the 25. The line judge basically blew that call when he had an opportunity right there to mark him out at the 30.
So instead, it's 1st and 10. Falcons at the 25-yard line. What a throw from Graham.
Yeah,
rolling
again,
to his left.
He really has played well in this one.
Falcons look to throw again. In trouble, Graham goes down, and there's a sack for West Texas A&M. Goo, oh, there you go.
Goo with some moves as well.
I think I've seen that on a TikTok.
Watch here as he comes up and just wraps up the quarterback and takes him down for a loss of about 6 yards.
And who says big man can't dance,
and
right?
He can dance. He can dance if he wants to.
Yes, he can. 2nd down and 17. Low snap to Graham. Going to throw it. Great one-handed catch by Harris. Jukes out the defender, and he's going to gain yardage. You're going to give him forward progress to the 24-yard line. And
so get back that loss they had on the sack.
Good snag by the running back. WT putting some pressure, back-to-back plays on Graham. You got to do that. He's too comfortable back there.
So 3rd down and 10.
It's a huge 3rd down.
And look how far they're playing off the receivers on the far side of the field. Yeah, almost a 10-yard.
You're right. I'd go to M.J. Link again. Instead, they'll throw across the middle. Catch made by the tight end. And
oh, my landing.
Where's
got a great
the spot?
They marked that up.
He had to get to the 15-yard line.
They mark it at the 15 and a half.
Just short.
Taking down number 31, Chris Thomas.
And no hesitation from Coach Kerrigan. They're going to kick the field goal.
Yeah, they're going to go for it to get the lead back. And again, that goes back to that missed opportunity on the 2-point try for the Buffaloes.
Got to be careful. Buff's bringing some pressure, but don't want to jump off sides.
Do not get off sides.
High snap. They get the hold down. The kick is good for UT Permian Basin, so they take the lead again. These two teams going back and forth. What a finish we're setting up to have. 27-25, UT Permian Basin leads over the Buffaloes.
Timeout.
With 8:56 left to play. Don't go anywhere. We're back with more football from Bain Schaefer Football Stadium right after this.
90 years, the Lone Star Conference has been committed to excellence. What began in 1931 as a 5-team conference has grown to 18 institutions spanning 4 states. And while membership has changed, the pursuit of athletic success and academic excellence has never wavered. 119 national championships, over 2,000 All-Americans, and nearly 300 academic All-Americans. Celebrating 90 years of success, This is the Lone Star.
Welcome back to Bain Shaver. We look at our third quarter stats at the end. Again, Buffalo's trailing UT Permian 27-25 after that field goal. And again, the rushing, UT they're looking better as far as rushing is concerned, but it's their passing game that has been superior tonight. And again, total yards, turnovers. Again, one for UTPB, that was an interception, but 2 Buffalo fumbles, and one of those you kind of questioned a little bit. It looked like Noah Bogardus was down, but they say that he fumbled the football before he was taken out. And so, again, that's where a UT possession came in play in that one. Again, they lead at 27-25.
Well, this is really coming down, Bryce, to which defense can make a stand, right?
Yeah.
Get off the field.
Absolutely. If I was the Buffs right now, I'd be on guard too. I mean, you anticipate they're going to kick it away with still plenty of time left in this one, 8:56. If you do return it, you want to make sure you have a good, clean lane.
Again, using that wind, the kickoff just does go into the end zone. Touchback there.
And so the Buffs will get it as they bring out the offense. 8:56 left to play, trailing by 2. You have the confidence in your field goal game tonight because of the way Gage has been able to connect. Again, going in a different direction here in the fourth quarter. And so they want to get a little closer because of the win. But nevertheless, you feel confident in what your field goal team can do.
Here's Gerber, who has had a great game tonight, especially on the ground. 12 carries, 84 yards, and a touchdown. Through the air, 18 of 29, 191. He'll drop back to pass here. As a receiver, just missed him. Had Tyler Sweet
coming across.
Yep.
Had Tyler Sweet in the pattern and just letting too much that time. Again, it was a nice lead. They kind of had the pattern they want, and again, just nicked too much air under the football. So it brings up 2nd down and 10.
They've moved the receivers over to the far side of the field. You got 2 tight ends on the near side with Shaquille Brown and Carnbay. And then the wide receivers out to the opposite side. Nearly bobbled that snap, but Gerber was able to get it and hand it off to Compton. He's not going very far. Short gain of a couple of yards. And I don't know if he just took his eye off of it or if that snap was just a little off.
I think that snap was high. It really, he had a jump to pull that one in. And so, again, I think it was just, a bad snap that he was able to lasso and get it to Jared Compton quickly.
Defensive substitution in for the Falcons. So the official hovers over the center. Not going to let him snap it yet. Play clock down to 17 seconds. 8:15 to play in the ballgame. Buffs trailing. Pass thrown, caught by Bogardus. Across the middle, man, he has been clutch. First down, Buffs to the 39-yard line.
That little up and in pattern that Noah has run tonight has been so effective. And again, when he does that, because of his speed, he's able to get to the middle and pull those passes in.
Some tempo here for the Buffs. Compton takes the carry across the right side. Great blocking. He's cut down.
Man, that was a nice run, too. If the defender wasn't able to take out his legs right here on the near side, he had a lot of green grass in front of him.
J.T. Walker comes up and makes the tackle. Not easy to do against Compton. The defender is down at the 45-yard line, so they have to check on him. That's where the Buffs have had that success running, is over that right side.
Correct.
To get the center getting downfield, Zane Madison blocking. So we'll have a stoppage of play right now. 7:47 to play in the ballgame. Don't go anywhere. Falcons lead 27-25 over the Buffaloes. We're back with more football right after this timeout.
Suddenlink is now Optimum, with award-winning internet, TV, and mobile, giving you the power to get closer and go farther with speed and reliability. With our new 100% fiber internet we're building, together with Optimum Mobile, voted #1 in customer satisfaction, you'll get the complete connectivity you deserve. And when you combine Optimum's award-winning connectivity with our 24/7 customer service, your future is only a connection away.
We live where wide open.
Nick Gerber in the gun here on 2nd down and 6 for the Buffaloes. Fourth quarter, 7:39 to play. Okoye takes the handoff. Big hole opened up. He just stumbled Just lost his footing.
Yeah, that's one, too. Again, they had it really nicely designed on the near side as it kind of overloaded the far side. And so he had some ground to gain. He just lost his footing. And so it still comes into a positive play, but it could have picked up a couple of more and possibly got the first down.
Kent Johnson texts up to us, Bryce, and says tonight's attendance second largest in Buffalo Stadium history, 9,414. They're going to come in, whistle this one dead, and it's a false start.
On the offense, number 75, 5-yard penalty, still third down.
Quarter just didn't get the snap count that time and took off a little early. So good to see. Great crowd here tonight. I mean, it really has been nice.
Okay, can the Buffs come up with another big third down conversion? Look for Noah Bogardus. 9 catches, 174 yards. Gerber pressured, rolls to his left, throws across his body, catch made. This time for the Buffaloes, it's a first down made by Hunter Kaufman.
Nice catch by Kaufman. They had him on the far side, so he goes up and in, and as Nick kind of rolled out to his left, as you said, threw across his body for the completion.
They work quickly. Run to the right side. Okoye this time does stay on his feet and is tripped up as he crosses the 45 to the 44-yard line.
Yeah, nice 5-yard run that time by Okoye. Goes off the right side of the line.
The ball carrier taken down by number 22, Caleb Pearson. Brings up second down.
Clock continues to run, nearing 6 minutes in the ball game. Receivers looking confused, back wanting to get the play in. Snap back to Gerber. Quick throw on the outside. Hunter Kaufman, how did he stay on his feet? Makes the catch, and he's not going to gain anything, but that could have been a disaster.
He didn't lose anything, and yeah, as soon as the ball got there, he got hit, and that could have easily been a fumble. And so, again, able to keep his composure, stay on his feet, and again, get it, bring up a third down and about 5.
One of the things that's been tough for the Falcons on third down plays, they've brought pressure, but Gerber has escaped the pocket and then made plays. Just a 3-man rush here. Gerber steps up, being chased. A penalty marker's thrown behind the play. Gerber still running at the 35, down near the 30 with a first down.
Unfortunately,
is that going to be a holding?
That's going to be a holding penalty called on the Buffaloes because Gerber was back there so long.
Holding on the offense, number 66, 10-yard penalty, still third down.
So this changes things up quite a bit here.
For the Buffs, that's the 11th penalty of the ball game for 75 yards.
And that's uncharacteristic of WT. They don't average. In fact, on the season, the penalties only 44, 45 yards a game in penalties.
Only 6 for UTPB for 54 yards in the game tonight.
Third down and 15. Good protection. Gerber looking, throws, caught right at the sticks. I think it's going to be a first down. A great catch in traffic by Noah Bogardus. Is he just short? Oh, wow. It's fourth down and inches here.
Wow, I thought he got to the sticks. It was the far side official who kind of walked it back a little bit.
So this is a huge play here. Fourth down, not even a yard. The Buffs have Gerber under center, Shaquille Brown in at fullback, and the Falcons all kinds of out of sorts. They have to take a timeout. I don't even know if they had 11 players lined up and ready to go. So we'll step aside, take a quick timeout. 4:26 to play in the ballgame. Buffs trail by 2. Fourth and inches coming up when we come back.
For a onside kick. Landed on my knee pretty hard and ended up fracturing my femur. I ended up having to go back and have surgery. Even the day after I had surgery, I was back in the clinic here. It's nice to have people help me rehab at a caliber of what I'm used to feeling like I can do. One thing that I really liked was having the access to the turf, because that's what I'm used to playing on. Now, I mean, it feels like nothing had ever happened. You have a choice of where you can go. This is one of the best places in Amarillo.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. Buffs trail 27-25. Fourth and really a half a yard. 4:26 left to play in the ball game. Buffs trail by 2. overloaded with tight ends on the right side.
Gerber in the gun. Compton the running back. 6 defensive players up on the line of scrimmage here for the Falcons, and now Gerber will change the play up, and Shaquille Brown goes to fullback. Gerber turns, hands it to Shaq. Shaq's got the first down. Move those sticks.
Use that big body to take it off on the right side. Nice job by Shaquille Brown. And picks up the first down for the Buffaloes.
Well, now what WT hopefully can do, Bryce, is they can use this clock. They only trail by 2. Urias has been very accurate from kicking his field goals tonight. Perfect 4 for 4. Just get close enough, hopefully in range. A field goal would give them the lead. Gerber throws down the field, has a man down there and overshoots Noah Bogardus. He was open, had beat his man down the sideline, and just a little too much air on that pass.
Yeah, not too often tonight has the WT receivers got ahead of the secondary for UTPB, but that particular time they had 2 ahead, and just a little too much air under the pass for Nick Gerber.
Second down and 10. Clock stops with 4 minutes and 7 seconds left in the ball game. Quick throw on the outside, catch made, and breaking tackles, Tyler Sweet. Another first down for the Buffaloes.
That was a nice individual effort by Tyler Sweet. Had a defender that kind of tripped him up, but he kept his feet, kept him moving forward, and was able to pick up the first down.
This will be a run to Compton, trying to find an open lane, and that's a pretty good run across the 20 to the 19-yard line. Injured player down.
Sometimes you see this too, and again, you hope it's not the case, but sometimes the defensive line gets a little tired and they want to get a little extra breather in there. And so again, nice run by Jerry Compton as he gets across the 20 to the 19-yard line, about 4 yards on that carry. And so the Buffs will kind of huddle up. They'll look and see what the clock is. 3:40 left to play and make a determination how they want to run this last few minutes.
And it's a couple of times tonight that we've seen number 99 go down for the Falcons. Right. Victor Idasui, a 340-pound. He's just a redshirt freshman out of Dickinson, Texas. Just wait till they beef him up, Bryce.
And again, he gets up and walks off, and they do get fatigued, and it's a hot night,
yeah.
You know, and I mean, they do get fatigue, and so when you're going, you're really going out there, and so I think that time he just maybe got a little bit of the wind knocked out of him, and so he'll get up and make his way to the sideline.
They've been able to mix in run and pass on this drive. Buffaloes have converted several key third downs and a huge 4th down and short to keep this going. Gerber comes up, changes the play call. Compton set to his left, looking to pass. Gerber to the end zone, and it's knocked down. A lot of contact.
I can't believe there wasn't a flag on that one, because the official right there watched as Sweet was trying to get away from the play. You can see it on the replay here, just pushing and shoving. Sweet
it's that right arm that you got to wonder about.
I mean, he was pushing on that side there a little bit, and the official, no flag on that play. You could hear the fans in the background. They were wanting a flag. It brings up 3rd down again for the Buffs. The other thing it does, too, when you don't do a running play, it stops the clock.
Sure.
They only have 1 timeout left.
3rd down and 6. Handoff to Compton, and tries to keep going. He's going to be stopped for no gain. Good job by the Falcons defensively that time. Several players come up. One of those, number 56 for the Falcons, and that is Sione Teahima for UT Permian Basin. So it's 4th down now. Urias is standing right there on the sideline saying, I can put this one through.
And I think what Hunter Hughes is going to do is going to let the play clock run down, call a timeout, and use as much of the clock as they possibly can. He walks right down by the line judge. He's going to tell him, I'm going to take a timeout with 1 second left on the play clock.
Got a 35-yard. Ball's on the 19-yard line. And they will take the timeout. We'll take a quick timeout. Comeback, huge kick coming up for the Buffaloes. They trail by 2. We're going to try to take the lead when we come back after this timeout.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. The Buffaloes on 4th down. Got about 5 to go. And they're going to try a 35-yard attempt here to take the lead.
All right, the snap from Maxwell Perez. The hold will be from Kyle Brown. High snap. They got it down. Urias's field goal is no good. It pushed to the left. It was looking like it was going to go in, and the field goal is no good. So the Buffaloes still have 2 timeouts. It's not over. 2:29 to play. A lot of time.
Timeout. Media.
And they're going to take a media timeout, so we will step aside. 2:29 left here in the 4th quarter. Falcons take over, but it's not over yet. Buffs trail by 2. We're back after this timeout on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
Suddenlink is now Optimum, with award-winning internet, TV, and mobile, giving you the power to get closer and go farther with speed and reliability. With our new 100% fiber internet we're building, together with Optimum Mobile, voted #1 in customer satisfaction, you'll get the complete connectivity you deserve. And when you combine Optimum's award-winning connectivity with our 24/7 customer service, your future is only a connection away.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. Gage Urias going on a 35-yard field goal attempt to the south end zone, but he has completed 4 field goal attempts here in the ball game, but they all were to the north end. This was his first attempt to the south end.
Just a difference in that wind.
And the wind a little bit. I think there was a good push on the left side that time that may have thrown off the timing a little bit.
All right, so defensively right now you're telling your guys we can't give up an inch. You got to make good, sure tackles. Use both of your timeouts. And hopefully force the Falcons to punt the football and get it back. You get a first down if you're UTPB, and it's ball game over.
Let's see if the Falcons try to run it to use some clock.
That's exactly what they'll do on first down. And if you're the Buffaloes, they make the stop. They call for the quick timeout. We'll keep it here. You're also talking to your defenders, Bryce, about trying to rake that football out, punch it out, and force a fumble.
You know, the Buffs have had 2 fumbles tonight in the ball game, while the only miscue tonight for UTPB was the interception. And so, again, they've been able to protect the football tonight. Again, run for 101 yards, 104 yards in the ball game. And so, again, they've kind of got their ground game going a little bit. And so they're going, in particular, with Cox on the carry, because he is that kind of bowling ball-ish, kind of can bounce off of people and maybe get you an extra 2 or 3 yards on a carry.
You look at West Texas A&M and UT Permian Basin, the series history.
Yeah.
WT 4-1 overall. In Canyon, 2-0. Buffs have never lost to the Falcons here at home.
In fact, their only loss was last year down at Permian.
So hopefully the defense can get another good tackle here. Call a quick timeout. Handoff over the left side. Slam down. Goo with the tackle on Caden Cox there after a gain to the 25-yard line. Going to set up
West
a 3rd
Texas
down
A&M.
and 5.
That is their 3rd and final timeout of the game.
So 2:20 left to play in the ball game. That's the final timeout for the Buffaloes. And so they'll have to make a stop here. And this is 3rd and about 6. So it makes you wonder here. UT has had so much success passing the ball. They just need one more first down. They'll be able to run out the clock.
You'd have to really be a gambling man to put, even as good as Graham has been, as good as MJ Link is, a lot of things can go wrong if you throw it. If I'm Justin Kerrigan, I'm running it one more time. I don't know. You think play action, Bryce?
You know, I think it's a possibility. Again, you know, even if they run it, and so they take, 5-6 seconds off the clock, then they'll have the play clock to take off another 40 seconds. And so they wouldn't have to really punt it till they have about 1:30 left to play in the ball game. Fans that are still here on their feet.
Making a lot of noise. Still a lot of time, 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
I watch those receivers out on the far side, though.
A lot of blockers over on that right side. Graham, with pressure in his face, throws incomplete. Buffs are going to get off the field. Kobe King, the linebacker, in coverage, and Dylan Mata was in Graham's face from the get-go.
The nice thing about that is they threw the pass, so that stops the clock. So, of course, the Buffs don't need a timeout. It stops it with 2:16 left to play. And that keeps an extra 40 seconds on the game clock, because they could have, if they'd had run it down another 40 seconds.
Now, if you're the Buffaloes, you remember back to the first quarter. What happened the first time that the Falcons brought the punt team out on the field? It was a punt block from Ty Dillon.
And he's lined up on the far side.
Landeros gets the punt off, end over end kick that is fielded back at the 28-yard line by Sweet. And he's taken down right there. Good special teams play defensively to stop the runner right at the 34-yard line. 2 minutes and 7 seconds left. Buffs trail by 2 points. They had a chance to take the lead on that last 35-yard field goal try from Gage Urias. Pushed it to the left. Will he get another opportunity, perhaps, Bryce?
Yeah, that's the big question right now. But right now the Buffs have got to move it up the field. And so UTPB will be kind of in a prevent defensive posture here. They'll send some guys back a little deeper than they normally do. They don't necessarily, they want to keep everything in front, so they don't necessarily care about completed passes. They just want to keep everybody in front of them.
The officials are coming together and not sure what they're discussing, but letting everybody have a little extra time to think about this first down play. Been a fun game tonight. Back and forth between the Buffs and the Falcons. WT took the lead early 16-0. 17 straight points scored by the Falcons. Here we are in the fourth quarter. Gerber, nobody's open. Resets, throws. It's incomplete as the intended receiver was the running back Compton.
And Jared turned around, was looking for the flag. He felt he got hit before the ball got there. A lot of contact. And so that's a incomplete pass. They try to go up over the middle. Again, they got the dime package out there, so they've got 2 extra DBs.
On second down, 3-man rush again for the Falcons. Compton takes the catch, slipped and fell down. And it was actually a loss of 1 from where he caught it. The clock is running. It's under 2 minutes. 1:48, 1:47. Buffs have got to hurry.
Got to wait for Hunter Kaufman to get back. He was all the way up the field.
Third down and long here. Snap back to Gerber. Quick throw. Bogardus catches it. Hit hard right at the 40-yard line. Keeps going. And then he is taken down. It's going to be 4th down and about 3 here. Buffs still haven't signaled for a timeout yet.
They don't have any. And so
UTPB
UTPB is going to take their time getting set up here.
You're right, Bryce.
So we'll let the clock run.
This is the ball game right here. 4th down and a long 2.5 yards here for the Buffaloes. Snap back to Gerber. Looking left. Now he's going to run. Gerber trying to get to that first down marker. Gets hit hard at the end of the run, but picks up the first down at the 45-yard line. And now everybody's got to sprint back to the line of scrimmage.
Well, they got to stop the clock because UTPB has a player down on the sideline.
That was a collision at the end of that run.
They haven't moved the chains yet, and they have to wait for the UTPB player to get out of the way. They're trying to help him up. On the near side, they have a first down marker, but they haven't changed the far side. It still says 4th down. There he's looked at it.
Now they wind the clock. 3 receivers out to the near side. Snap back to Nick. Gerber sets in the pocket. throws, receiver open, catch made. First down, Tyler Sweet. And he got out of bounds at the 44-yard line.
That's the perfect way to run that sideline pattern. You go up the field, and then you come back to your quarterback. He makes the completion, and then you step out of bounds to stop the clock.
48 seconds left. Buffs trail by 2. Back to Gerber, rolls to the right, delivers, catch made. Kenneth Red Jr. out of bounds after picking up good yardage. Down to the 32-yard line.
Got to move the chains. They haven't moved them as of yet.
Another injured player back near midfield for UT Permian Basin. Stops the clock with 43 seconds left. Wow. What a finish this is shaping up to be. Looking down at Noah Bogardus, have yourself a career night, young man. 11 catches, 195 yards.
He's really done a nice job, and he's presented his number in a big way for his quarterback to see. 11 receptions, 195 yards. What's interesting is for him is the yards after the catch, 86 additional yards. And so he's been able to make some things happen out after the receptions. Buffs offensive line, they're out there ready to go. Specialty players are getting some final instructions. They are over on the near side.
Injured player helped off, and
Dominique Valera will walk over to the sideline for UTPB.
Three receivers out on the far side. Gerber waiting for the official to move away from the ball and signal we're ready to go. Referee signals the play clock. Compton, the running back, to the right. Three receivers out on that far side. Red Jr., the receiver, at the bottom of your screen. Pressure coming from the Falcons. Gerber escapes it, throws out of bounds. And a smart play by Nick. That's one of the few times that the Falcons have brought pressure and Gerber hasn't been able to get down the field.
Yeah, they brought the linebackers that time too. They engaged at the line, but they brought the linebackers, and they're the ones that were putting pressure on. So Nick just rolls out to his right, saw the pressure, and just threw it away. Now, the thing that's dangerous about that is when you bring it, you leave the middle wide open.
All right, Gerber on second down. Steps up, running at the 25-20. Nick Gerber slides down. He's got a first down at the 19-yard line. Clock will stop as they move the chains. Great run from Gerber. He's going to come up under center and spike it to stop the clock with 28 seconds.
So again, another player down for UTPB. Yeah. So I think he's kind of worn out. He's just taking his time to get up more than anything else.
Gerber, over 100 yards rushing. What a performance he's had as well.
They're running the play clock. And I don't think the Buffs are aware that the play clock is running. They're down to 7.
You're right. They got to go. 6 seconds, 5. Gerber in the gun. They have no timeouts. Hand off to Compton. Compton hit right at the line of scrimmage.
Grabbed a face mask to take him down.
Big tackle by Justin Campbell. 20 seconds. Clock is running. It's third down. 15 seconds. 14 seconds. Gerber will come under center and spike it again, stop the clock with 9 seconds. That'll set up the field goal team to come on, and Gage is going to get another opportunity.
This one a little closer. Last one was a 35-yard try. This one will be a 32-yard try. It's over on the near hash mark, so a little more to this side.
Here's Gage Urias. And before they get this snap off, UT Permian Basin's going to take a timeout.
Third and final timeout of the game. No renewing.
So good timeout taken by UTPB to let him think about it for a little bit. And so what we want to do is we want to take a quick timeout. Let's do so. Let's take a 30-second break. We'll be back after this on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2. Welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. 503 total yards of offense for the Buffaloes. 271 through the air, 232 on the ground. Doesn't matter unless this kick goes through.
Okay, let's get this
for
Gage
Urias.
31-yard field goal opportunity here for Urias. The kick is up, and Urias gets it through the uprights. With 4 seconds left, the Buffs take the lead, 28-27.
4 seconds left of the ball game, and again, a nice drive for the Buffaloes. They take it down the field, and that completes a 12-play, 51-yard drive for WT. Gage Urias, a 32-yard field goal attempt. That is good. His 5th of the night. And the Buffs take the lead with 4 seconds left, 28-27.
It should be the game winner, right, partner?
It should be. It absolutely should be. Again, a nice drive by the Buffs. Had plenty of time to get up the field, did everything they needed to do. And now you just squib kick it on the ground, trying to run out the clock. 4 seconds left. Buffs getting their final instructions here as they bring out the kickoff team. Trying to come away, send these homecoming fans home with a big smile on their face. So Urias, who kicks the 32-yarder, is set to kick this one away. And UTPB getting set to receive the kickoff. Urias ready to go. Here's the kick. It's a squib kick on the ground. It's going to be fielded by UTPB. They'll get it back on the near side. They'll throw it back across the field. Pressure coming. Trying to make the tackle. And they do. The ball comes, nope, still free. And again, coming on the near side, here's their lateral back with it. Again, lateral back on the ground. That's a dead ball right there. The ball is on the ground. And now the Buffaloes will recover, and that's the ball game as West Texas A&M comes away with a very hard-fought 28-27 win. And yeah, that was the old Cal bring the band out on the field play, try to ladder it back and forth all over the place as the Buffs come away with a 28-27 win. And they improved to 3-2 on the season, while UTPB falls to 2-3 on the season. We'll take a timeout. We'll do so. We'll come back and run through some statistics. Also, we'll take a look at some down on the field interviews, and we'll have all that for you here momentarily. But first, this timeout. Again, the Buffaloes with a homecoming win capture this one 28-27. We'll take the timeout and be back on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
The best tailgates start with the best beef, and the best beef starts with Market Street. Market Street, where we do beef the best.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. A big homecoming win for the Buffaloes before 9,414 fans here for the homecoming game tonight as the Buffs win this one 28-27 on a 32-yard Gage Urias field goal that capped that 12-play drive. And again, nicely done by the Buffaloes. As we take a look at some statistics for tonight, over almost 920 yards between the two teams offensively tonight. Buffs 503 yards, total yards to 419 for UTPB. The Buffs had 271 yards through the air, 312 for UTPB, 232 yards on the ground for WT, 107 for UTPB. I think some of the big stats that stick out, there's a lot in this one, but red zone scoring chances, WT was 5 of 6. They just missed one opportunity for a field goal. And while UTPB was 4 of 4. Time of possession, Buffs kind of distanced themselves in the second half. They had a 32-42 compared to 27-14 for it out on the field. It looks like we've got Luke Kinsey ready to go down on the field, and we'll see if he is ready to go with this one or not. They had Gage Urias, but he's going to run over to the fans and thank all the student section because they made a lot of noise in this one tonight. You know, one of the things that we talked about a little bit too was red zone scoring chances, but also third down and fourth down conversions in this one tonight. And so that came up big for the Buffaloes as they were able to really take advantage of that opportunities tonight. The Buffaloes on third down chances were 6 of 20, while UTPB was 6 of 17. And fourth down chances, the Buffaloes, that's the big difference tonight on fourth down chances. WT was 4 of 4 in the ball game tonight, and 1 of 2 was UTPB. That's the advantage WT had in this one. 11 penalties for 75 yards for the Buffs, 6 for UTPB. And again, just a well-rounded overall performance for the Buffaloes as they come from behind to win this one tonight. Let's take a 30-second timeout. We'll do so and come back and get with Luke Kinsey. But first, this 30-second break on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
This is a walk-on athlete. They train longer, put their heart into the game. This is the passion we're built on. It's why we put our heart into creating game day with a taste of Louisiana. Walk-ons, we live for this.
All right, welcome back to Bain Schaefer. Let's go down to the sideline. Luke Kinsey has head coach Hunter Hughes. And let's go down to the field and go ahead with... Let's go down to Luke. Luke, go ahead and take it away.
Welcome back to Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium. Buffs win on a basically almost a last-second field goal, being joined by Coach Hunter Hughes. You told Kent Johnson at halftime that you wanted to see more touchdowns, not as many field goals. The last field goal, though, you'll take that one from Gage Urias, right?
Yeah, I wish he'd have made the one before, but I'm glad he waited to the end because I don't know if our defense could have stopped him. But kids just fought. We did it right. We got the 2 timeouts at the end. We forced them to throw. They threw the ball. We stopped the clock. We said we need to get the 25 for Gage, and I looked at Gage with the ball to the 32-yard line. I said, "You got it," and he said, "I got some adrenaline going, Coach." And I said, "All right," but then we ended up getting down there, and I wanted to run the clock down. I wanted to get it down so they couldn't have the chance to get back on the field. So, not the prettiest game. I mean, again, we were in the red zone 4 times, didn't get anything. I don't count the last one because all we needed was field goal, but it's one of those things that if we don't play better, we're not going to do very well. I mean, we got a great Midwestern team that we got to go play. We're battered. I mean, we lost some guys tonight, but, everybody's losing guys. So we have got to be able to next guy up mentality and get going.
It was a great win tonight. I know you like to make things dramatic, and that's how it was. And how about these fans tonight, Coach?
Unbelievable. The whole stadium, I mean, that's what it's all about. We had our largest game day recruiting. What a great extravaganza for them to see. And, it's just winning college football games are hard. Yeah. And it just shows that you got to go 60 minutes. And, it took all 60 minutes for us to get this done.
Congratulations on the win, Hunter.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll bring in Gage Urias next. the kicker for the Buffaloes, as we'll visit with Gage. Gage, congratulations on the victory. And we were telling you before you came on here, a new record set for you tonight. Most field goals in a game made by West Texas A&M Buffalo, going back to 1982, all the way the previous record was set. Talk about your thoughts. You had a chance with the field goal in the fourth quarter. It didn't go through, but your defense did the job. They got you the ball back, and you make the winning kick. What are you thinking when you're going out there to kick that last field goal and win it for the Buffs?
When I was going out there, I was really just, my team's got me. They're my brothers. If they got me, I got them, So when we were down there, Coach Hughes, he was like, you got it? And I was just thinking to myself, it's just the extra point. Yeah. It's just the extra point. I didn't want to overthink it. So I'm just glad that it went through. I couldn't have done it without the line and my holder, because without them dudes, nothing's really possible. So I really appreciate the other 10 players on that field. Because without them, this wouldn't have happened.
Gage Rice kicks the winning field goal for the Buffs. They win it 28-27 over UT Permian Basin. You had to fight through adversity tonight. There were some key injuries. Your team had to battle back a lot in the second half. What does it say about the fight and the heart of this team to come out and win this one?
And we've been working. We got each other's backs, like I said. We were talking in the locker room before a game, just keep going. Don't let up, put on more steam. One of the maxims, So once they did that, we was like, we got to do it for our boys. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it was just, we got their backs.
You get the game-winning field goal on homecoming. Go celebrate with your teammates. Great job, Gage. All right. We'll send it back upstairs, Bryce, and we'll have our post-game for you coming up shortly. Buffs win it 28-27 on homecoming with a game-winning field goal from Gage Urias.
All right, thanks, Lucas. We appreciate it very much. Again, Gage Urias from Lubbock. Cisco Junior College came out big tonight. 5 field goals for the Buffaloes, and they needed everything they could possibly get in this one to come away with a 28-27 victory in this contest this evening. And again, just a hard-fought win for the Buffs as they are able to kind of put it together at the end and went on a nice drive. Were able to get down within field goal range for Gage. Again, with about a minute or about, less than 3 minutes left, they had drove down the field again and gave Gage an opportunity, but he missed it to the left. And so it was the Buffs defense that made the important stop and forced 3 and out in a punting situation for UTPB. And then in doing so, the Buffs offense was able to get it and drive up the field and set it up for that 32-yarder from Gage Urias. His best night as a Buffalo as he comes through with 5 field goals tonight to make the difference. We'll take a timeout. We'll do so, and we'll come back after this 1-minute break. We'll do so as we continue with the postgame show right here on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10-2.
Suddenlink is now Optimum, with award-winning internet, TV, and mobile, giving you the power to get closer and go farther with speed and reliability. With our new 100% fiber internet we're building, together with Optimum Mobile, voted #1 in customer satisfaction, you'll get the complete connectivity you deserve. And when you combine Optimum's award-winning connectivity with our 24/7 customer service, your future is only a connection away.
We live where wide open roads lead to wide open spaces, where life is lived a different kind of way. We believe that generosity should always be given, but loyalty can only be earned. Community is sacred. Integrity is learned. We believe in going the extra mile, whether it's time to work or it's time to play. But most important, we believe in doing the right thing. All.
Well, welcome back to Bain Schaefer Stadium. Great homecoming win for the Buffs tonight. They win it 28-27 on a 32-yard field goal from Gage Urias. How the scoring started in this one tonight, the Buffs actually controlled the first quarter as they were able to march it down the field on a 10-play drive. They settled for a Gage Urias 33-yard field goal. That made it 3-0. 8:56 left to play in the first quarter. Then the Buffs would answer back with another field goal from 49 yards out. Gage completed that one to go up 6-0. There was 17 seconds left to go in the first quarter. The Buffs controlled that first quarter, and it was Gage getting another opportunity, this one from 20 yards out, to make it 9-0 at that point.
The Buffs then would score once again going into the second quarter. Jared Compton would go in from 18 yards out. That pushed the Buff lead to 16-0. But then from there on, it was a back-and-forth ball game as UTPB was able to score 2 times before the half, and they cut the lead to 16-14. Then in the third quarter, they connected on a 34-yard field goal to make it 17-16. This is where it bounced back and forth. The Buffs will settle for a 45-yard field goal. That capped a 10-play drive to make it 19-17. Then it was UTPB again being able to get into the end zone as they got a 6-yard pass from Dylan Graham into the corner to make it 24-19. The Buffs would answer back. Nick Gerber would take it in from 2 yards out to make it 25-24. And then it was field goals back and forth to finish out the fourth quarter. A field goal with 8:56 left to play for UTPB to push the lead to 27-25. And then, wow, what a kick at the end for Gage Urias. I still think when you were talking to him, he was still on cloud 9 a little bit.
It's going to take him a while to get to sleep tonight,
I think so. As he kicks that one from 32 yards, and the Buffs win it by a final of 28-27. And again, as we get ready to wrap this one up here tonight from Bain Schaefer Stadium, the Buffs did everything they needed to tonight, especially offensively in this one, as they racked up over 500 yards of offense this evening and were able to really mix the run and the pass evenly. It was really nicely done as the Buffs were able to come away with 232 yards on the ground, 287 through the air. And so it was just a nice mix for WT tonight. It probably wasn't the recipe that the coaches put together for a victory tonight. But like Hunter Hughes said, you're going to take those when they come your way.
A win is a win, and I think considering also the fact that they had so much adversity. I mean, they had to battle through those injuries, and that was tough. And really, you get to the end, and the defense had to make that stop. If just one first down was picked up by UT Permian Basin, the game's over, and the Falcons are celebrating, ruining homecoming. But instead, it was a different story, and Urias got a chance to come back and make that final field goal.
You know, UTPB did so well tonight through the air as they were able 419 total yards tonight, but a lot of that came through the air, over 300 yards in the air. And with that last drive, they decided to go to the air to try to pick up the first down. Had they, again, speculation, had they run the football, they would have taken about 45 seconds off the clock. I don't know if there had been enough time for the Buffs to drive up the field.
Yeah, it was a great win for West Texas A&M homecoming, 28-27. Bryce, big thanks to all of our support tonight here, making this game possible. Kyle Arant from News
right
Channel 10.
He's right behind us. He's been running some controls for us tonight.
Doing a lot of things for us. Our Thunder Vision production team, outstanding work. Jacob Griffin, director, and the cameras just doing a fantastic job for us, providing this coverage. It was a fun game tonight. Homecoming, everybody can celebrate.
It really is. Enjoy the victory for WT fans. And, again, it's been a long day for the Thunder Vision crew, too, as well, as they've been all over the place today with all the activities. But a big win here at home, 28-27.
That'll wrap it up here from Bain Schaefer Buffalo Stadium. Thanks so much for watching. Final score, 28-27. Buffaloes get the win over UT Permian Basin. And you've been watching Buffalo football on the Lone Star Conference Digital Network and News Channel 10 2.